Can you guys see me? I'm just sharing the link to. I'm just sharing the link to. All right. So there's really not a lot of people here, but I'm gonna do this live and I'll publish it so that All right. So shit. There's really not a lot of people. Oh, okay, there. So yeah, I'm gonna be publishing this one, so whoever's tuning in after could watch it. But anyway, I decided to go live. The reason is because usually um, like some questions and some answers for them galvanize more questions from the viewers. So I figured if anybody's tuning in live, they'll be able to ask any questions live as well as if they have anything else to follow up on. So, how's it going, Hawaiian Dueler? Um, so yeah, I figured let's get into it. So first things first, um, we're gonna start off with the first question, and then go down from there. All right. So the the most recent question is, what car/cars do you own? I own like a 2009 Mitsubishi Outlander. It's like a SUV. It's extremely old. It's on its last legs, but I got it for free, so I figured I might I might as well just use it until it dies. Before that, I would just purchase what's it called? I would purchase another one, and that was what we stuck with until once it dies. Then we'll just buy probably like a near new car. Usually, I buy 2 to 3 years old. I don't really buy way too old, and I also don't buy brand new because I mean that's a big waste of money. But anyway, that's my that's my car that I have right now, and me, my family, as well as my wife. My family, as in my parents and my sisters, we all use the same car. We're kind of very conservative on our spending, so yeah, we all we all utilize that one car. Neutral just hopped on and he said, "Hi Omar, just would like to say keep up the good work. I appreciate it, my guy. Thank you very much." If you ever do get Instagram, hop on there and go to my live videos because I did a complete breakdown right on there on the Wizard of Oz, and it was a lot more in depth than what's it called, the Matrix. I mean, the Matrix was pretty in depth, but the Wizard of Oz one, I really did a lot of research for, and you know, I tried to not leave any kind of what is it called? Peb no, not pebbles. Tiles. I tried to not leave any tiles unflipped. So yeah, definitely check that out if you're interested in that. Anyway, next question is by um, Uladisla der Strater. I probably butchered that. I apologize. So first question, he has three questions. So first one is, what sort of animes do or did you preferably watch? How do you decide which one to watch since there are so many? Yeah, I mean, in the past 10 years or so, I would say after the Attack on Titan boom, there was a huge influx of uh, what stones unturned. Sorry, someone commented. But anyway, after the Attack on Titan boom, I believe it's 2011 or 2012, I noticed like there was a massive influx of people that want to watch anime, and I think I mean that's pretty awesome, obviously, because I think any type of artwork is worth supporting. But I think right now it's a little too concentrated. There's so much stuff coming out. Like every season, I believe it's like 50 to 100 animes. I mean, it's getting very, very difficult to keep track of. So honestly, right now, I don't really follow much. Like just being real with you, I don't follow too much. I try I try to kind of uh, just keep track of like what I've been following. Like for example, One Piece. I've been following One Piece, so and I read the books. I don't really watch the show, but that I've been following, and that's pretty much it. I don't really have the time that Oh, Amjad. Hey, how's it going, my man? I'm just answering questions here. So I don't really have the time to watch too much TV anymore, to be honest with you. So I haven't been able to not only keep track of like animes, I haven't been able to keep track of any type of TV, even films. I used to be an avid film goer, but I lost the time, to be honest. So um, now I kind of just watch vicariously through kind of reviews or stuff like that. Um, so that's my animes right now. Like for me, in terms of what I prefer, I like stuff that I can resonate with. I'm not too big on like the action stuff. Like I know people are like, oh, watch this fight scene, watch this fight scene. That's not kind of my forte. My uh, kind of taste is more of a philosophical point of view. I really like the Attack on Titan um, philosophy aspect. I liked the One Piece philosophical aspect actually. I don't really watch One Piece for the fight scenes. I don't watch Naruto for the fight scenes. I try to kind of pick out the deeper meanings, and that's what I really gravitate towards. So what's it called? That that's the thing. Like for me, I'm not too big on like the action stuff. So I would rather watch something of substance with low quality animation or low quality budget versus something that is like high quality budget but it tells nothing. While at the same time, I still kind of support the artists who put a lot of work into their shows. Like I talked about this in my art book video. If you see that, I talked about how I really enjoy when I can look at the creative work of somebody and be able to, you know, be and appreciate it. You know what I mean? I could be like, wow, like I could never do this in my life. So for me, uh, when somebody does something like this, I do think that it has to be rewarded because in society today, we don't really reward creativity as much as I would prefer. I think when somebody's able to innovate, spend his time and create something that human beings have never seen before, um, at least in the modern time, to me, I think that should be appreciated and it should be rewarded, not just kind of through appreciation, but even fiscally. I think money should be paid towards that, and that's why I try to support any type of anime or art form in general where I could see like that the director really put a lot of time into it. The studio put a lot of time into it. So yeah, that's how I support them. I do it through the art books. Like I discussed all of this in my art book video, bro. That video tanked like. I spent freaking like 30 hours on that video editing, shooting everything, and it got like 200 views. And I put out videos where I put like no editing, and they get like 1,000 views. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I could definitely tell that people didn't like that video, and I probably won't be doing something like that again, or at least of that quality, because again, I was not rewarded for it. Uh, so yeah, that video absolutely tanked. Um, so yeah, next question is favorite character in Duel Monsters and GX. I like Kaiba. I like Zane. I like the the quiet. I guess Kaiba is pretty obnoxious, but I don't like the main character. But I actually like honestly. I think Yami Yugi is one of those characters that's kind of not cringy. if that makes sense. Like there is some cringiness to him a little bit, but he's one of those few main characters where you can actually be like, all right, he's kind of badass, if that makes sense. So uh, Yami Yugi is pretty badass. Kaiba's pretty badass. So yeah. Someone said Eddie Tepo Tepox said, for a great story and great philosophy, check out Full Metal Alchemist. Yeah, I love Full Metal Alchemist. I mean, if you've studied the occult or anything that is esoteric, you understand that Full Metal has this kind of weaved in and out of it so closely. And I mean, even if you're just looking at it two dimension, just watching Full Metal two dimension, it's absolutely a masterpiece. It's absolutely a masterpiece. But even without that, I think Full Metal Alchemist is sorry, even with the two dimensional aspect, I think it's a masterpiece. With the three dimensional, like esoteric occultic understanding, it is like above and beyond. I really loved Full Metal Alchemist, and it's one of my favorite shows of all time. So yeah, I discussed that as well in my art book video because I have the art book of that. What do you think is the One Piece? I really don't know, but I believe it's something that unites maybe the four. Spoiler alert if anybody's looking to get into One Piece, but I feel like it's something that kind of unites the the four quadrants of the sea. Because I mean, think about it, like it kind of puts the four quadrants into one piece, if that makes sense. Um, and because the lines are divide these oceans and they make them kind of it, it's unnecessarily divisive. And obviously, like I mean, One Piece has like that, like Luffy and all of the Will of D people are very 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 much akin to myself. Like I have the will of the, like I have the will of defiance. I'm not one of those people who just takes orders around. I'm not the one of those people who kind of um just kowtow, if that makes sense. So that's why I kind of really resonate with with One Piece itself. It is a little bit childish, like there's no denying that. Especially like kind of the plot armor of some of the characters is ridiculous, but I could definitely see what Oda is hinting at. And I really love One Piece, man. Like One Piece is badass, but I do think that the One Piece is something that kind of unites all four oceans together and makes them into one piece, if that makes sense. So yeah. Next question, Jamie Hawatson. What is the biggest regret in terms of trading or selling a card from purely a sentimental point of view? So sentimental point of view. What do I regret the most? Uh, well, to be honest with you, when I got into this game, I kind of went in like kind of business aspect, and as I did more and more and more, it kind of became sentimental. It kind of became really something deep to my heart. But I guess the one thing that I regret selling is probably my SDKs. I sold a good chunk of my PSA 10 SDKs for I mean dirt cheap in my opinion. The guy bought all of them, and I needed the money at the time. He really paid me out, but I think that was the biggest regret that I have, like because I haven't been able to buy one back. It's gotten like way too expensive for me. So it's like if you even look at my profile, everyone asks me like whenever I post my blue eyes, they're like, "Where's the SDK?" I'm like, "I'm sorry, man." That was my thing. And SDK is my favorite card. I mean that one and my DMG like Dark Magician Girl, first edition PSA 10, as well as my Dark Paladin Dark Duel Masters Guide PSA 10. I think those three are my three um, favorite cards. Actually, SDY as well. So those are the big ones right here. Like SDY, SDK, MFC Dark Magician Girl, and DMG, the secret rare Dark Paladin. I think those are my top four favorite cards, and I really don't know what else could. I really don't know what else can actually debunk these from their positions. So yeah, that's my biggest regret. Mine is selling SDKs. I'm just gonna add this in terms of just uh, fiscally selling something where I have not been able to get it back. It was recently actually the biggest thing that I sold that I really regret sentimentally as well as money wise is actually not money wise, just sentimentally is my VGA 95 Pokemon Ruby. I graded that myself. I bought it raw. I graded it and it got the 95, which if you don't know, it's basically like black label. Okay, that's how hard it is to get that card. Okay, it's incredibly difficult. That was kind of my biggest regret. He paid me a lot. Like it took a lot to get rid of that game. But that was I still kind of think about it every night. Like, I sold that and I'm probably never going to be able to get it back. Like SDK, I can get it back if I squeeze my wallet. That one, I will never be able to get it back. And that one is kind of the most sentimental thing to me because it's the first video game I ever played. I mean, I played the Atari and like the duck hunting thing. I don't know what system that is, but I was like maybe like three or four, maybe five. I don't remember at all, but the one where I truly cognitively remember playing and dumping like 500 hours into it is Pokemon Ruby. I game sharked that shit. I did everything on that game, and that one I really regret. Like I had it 95, like literally the pristine, the most perfect copy you will ever see, and I sold it, but the guy paid me so much that it was so hard to say no. You know what I mean? So it was a very very rich dude. He's a very big like YouTuber or something streamer in Germany. Like he's crazy, like 10 13 million followers. So yeah, definitely that's my biggest sentimental regret. Do you collect or have any interest in the Bandai cards? Um, I like the Bandai cards. I mean, to me, the reason I don't collect them is because uh, the individual cards themselves is number one, they were reproduced like many times. They're actually reproduced over 2 years. There's a 1998 version and 1999 version. The way you can tell is if you flip the card on the back, you'll see on the bottom it'll say 1998 or 1999. That is one problem I have with it. Number two, um, they're just too much stuff to collect. That if I branch off to, other brands, it kind of becomes like it just opens a floodgate. What I would collect from Bandai is a sealed binder. Like if I could find the binder in brand new sealed condition, that I would pick up. I think that would be a pretty cool, unique item. But in terms of individual cards, I'm not really like that big on those. Like I have not even finished my own like TCG collection before I even touch those ones. So I'm still working on that, if that makes sense. So that's why I haven't gotten into them. I think they're great. I think they're a niche market. I think they do. I think they'll be okay, especially like the blue eyes. But to me, I just can't afford to start looking into things when I'm not even done my TCG stuff. So yeah. Um, Daniel R said, I really wanted to know about how you started collecting so much Yu-Gi-Oh back then, i.e., your reasoning. Also, do you think Yu-Gi-Oh will lose all value once the generation that grew up with it is mostly passed away, 60 years from now? Um, uh, yeah, I mean, 60 years from now, I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh will survive 60 years. Shit, I mean, I don't think most things will survive 60 years, to be honest with you. If you look back, for example, in the past 50 years, no, just from 1950, uh, around more than 50% of all the companies in the S&P 500 are basically bankrupt. So think about it like that. You know what I mean? In 70 years, literally all of them are gone. And these are major corporations, not what's it called? Not like, random cards, if that makes sense. So I definitely don't think that they will last 60 years. I give them maybe 10, 15, maybe 20 years. Um, for me, most of my net worth is starting to kind of leave the Yu-Gi-Oh market. Not that I'm losing this, it's just I'm building wealth in other areas. So to me, most of my actual collection, I actually didn't pay too much for. Like, I mean, if you added everything up, maybe $10,000. I didn't really. Most of my stuff was self-funded from the collection itself. You know what I mean? So that's definitely a big reason as to why I don't have the incentive to sell, because I really didn't pay like that much for it, if that makes sense. So yeah, I do think that in 60 years it'll be gone. I don't know if I'll sell ever. Most of my stuff, like, I mean, some stuff I really really like. My G3, I don't know if I'll ever sell that. That's like maybe 10, 15, 20 years from now, maybe I'll sell it. But unless I get like an insane offer right now where it's like I can go just buy a house, then I would sell it. But otherwise, I don't see it. I don't see an area where I could be liquidating that card because I have so much other stuff to sell, if that makes sense. So I don't see myself selling in the next 10 years or so. Um, so yeah. Uh, and how I got back to how I got back to collecting. So uh, what I did before I did cards was I actually worked in the figure business, if that makes sense. The figure, high end figures, not like the plastic ones, like they're made of resin and stone, if that makes sense, or polystone. And I did that when I was in university. I used that to kind of get myself out of debt, because I'm gonna get to it because somebody asked about like kind of my life, but I was heavily in debt, and I used that to kind of pay that off, as well as put myself through the first years of my my fourth try at university. um, so basically, I sold like figures, and that was kind of the thing that kind of got me kickstarted into cards, because somebody from that community started collecting Pokemon cards, and he started showing me, and I was like, I didn't really play Pokemon. I played Yu-Gi-Oh. How's the Yu-Gi-Oh market? And I was looking at it. I was like, holy crap! Like, it's so cheap compared to Pokemon, because like you could see PSA 10 like Raikou maybe being at the time 800, maybe 900, $1,000. PSA 10 Raikou. Right now it's like 15 grand. Uh, but it was like $1,000 back then. And I was like looking at LOB Blue Eyes. LOB Blue Eyes is like 800 bucks. I was like, I have to pick it up. So I picked it up. But the first card I bought was a DDS PSA 10. I bought that for $625. I still have it with me today. And that was one of the actually I that one I traded, I sold, and it came back in my collection through many many trades. It's the exact same cert number. It actually got recased in the process because it had a chip on the corner. At the time, it was going for like 750 bucks, and the guy had the chip on the corner, so I offered him 625, shipped from Australia, and he sent it out to me. And what's it called? I received it, and I, I still have it with me today. I would consider it a week 10, but I don't really care. It's more sentimental now than it is kind of for value. Um, and yeah, that's how I got into collecting. Like, literally, somebody told me about it from the figure industry, and I bought one, and then I ended up buying it, flipping it, buying it, flipping it, buying it, flipping it, until I built a little bit of wealth. And then I bought two things, sold one, and kept the other one and stashed it in my collection. Slowly, that's why I kept doing it until I started seeing what was happening in the sealed market in Pokemon and Magic, and I was like, you know what? I think maybe this is a more secure aspect. And I was buying up boxes because at the time, like, I was buying CRV boxes for like 150 bucks, $175. That's how cheap it was back in the day. Like, nobody really considered opening boxes to get the cards, right? Like, everybody was trying to look at the cards, basically trying to find near mint copies in order to grade, and nobody was opening the boxes. So I was just buying them up like all day. Every time EEN came up for sale, I bought it. Every time CRV came up for sale, I bought it. And that's how I built up most of my collection. Was at the time, any extra money that I had, I was buying that up. And most people who actually came in 2019, 2020, they did the exact same thing I did with 5Ds. You know what I mean? And slowly that thing, what's it called? and slowly that thing kept going up in price. Now, like you look at RG, like Raging Battle, I bought my box, for like $60. That's how much I bought my box for. Back when I was still in 2019, people who came in and they missed out on GX because GX started hitting like six, $700. Um, and people were like, "Nah, I'm not paying six, $700 for a GX box." Um, what's it called? People started buying up 5Ds, and then 5Ds, what's it called? Started like going up in price. The only one that hasn't really moved is like what? Extreme Victory. Extreme Victory, I bought my box for like $40. So I only have one box of every 5Ds. Like I don't have too much. But my biggest position is GX and MRD, LOB, like the vintage boxes, like the big ones. So yeah, that's the thing, and I'm not anxious to sell because I actually like what I'm buying. You understand? This is the key aspect of why a lot of people fail in this, because they buy something and they let it go within a month or two. Back then, the environment was completely different. The people who are in the hobby today, they think that the environment is like what it is in 2020. It's never existed like that ever. Back then you'd be lucky to make $10 to $20 on every card you make. You understand? That's how it was. And that's how it will be later on. You understand? Like flippers, they're not gonna get away with it unless they put in a ton of work. You can't just buy something and try to flip it for $400 more. That doesn't exist back in the day, and it only existed in 2020 because the printing press was going brrr the whole time. You understand? This type of mentality is what's going to catch a lot of these like new age flippers that came into the hobby, or not even flippers, like just people who hold things for a long time, for a short time. Basically, they overextend. Like somebody buys a Jinzo, even though they love it and they're not even planning to flip it for $1,000, but they can't afford $1,000, so they end up having to sell it. Right now you can get away with it. I think within a year, 2 years, as this economy contracts and inflation really takes its toll, you're gonna see that a lot of these people, they're not gonna get away with what they're buying. Like if you're not ready to sit on the thing for a year, you're screwed. You understand? That's how it was back then. You're not getting away with any type of profit. You understand? This is why when you see like SM Pratt, he tells you to look at the 5 years, because that's how long you really need in order to profit, and it will beat the S&P 500, but you have to be ready to hold for 5 years. Most people are not. Most people treat this like the stock market, where they buy and they think they can flip it or sell right away. It's not gonna work like that. You understand? Like the stock market is completely different from cards, and a lot of people who treat the card market like the stock market, they're gonna get burned really bad, like really, really bad. And you'll see what I'm talking about within the next year, 2 years, when once the inflation truly starts to kind of kick in. Because right now it's only hitting like the major stuff like lumber, PVC, PET, etc., etc. It's not hitting the lower end shit. Once it starts hitting that, you'll see what I'm talking about, and those people will not be able to hold on. And yeah, that's that's complete tangent, but that's how it was back then. I'm telling you, like I was buying something for $100, hoping I could sell it for 105, 110. You understand? And then I eat the shipping, so I make like maybe a dollar or two on that. That's how it was back then, and I do believe that it will go back to that eventually, as the once the inflation kind of subsides. If they raise interest rates, forget about it. I mean, you're not making money. You're gonna be losing money on every transaction. So you better be ready for that. Next, random Yu-Gi-Oh dude. What's going on, my guy? I appreciate you always tuning in, always supporting. Thank you so much. Um, he said, "What's it like? What's a day like for you on a daily basis? What takes up most of your time, and do you have other ventures outside of collectibles?" So, a day for me on the daily basis is I wake up at around 6 a.m. Sometimes 5 a.m. if I feel very productive. If I sleep earlier, but most of the time it's around 6 a.m. I My wife is not really awake by that time, so I just pack up and then go. Um, I go to my office. I first thing I do is take orders, pack up packages. I put them, get them ready for drop off, and then and then I let them go until the end of the day because what's it called? Sometimes you get orders midday. I'd rather let that person see his stuff leave uh, on that same day, than have him wait on the next day. So I wait until 5 and I drop them off. During the day, most of the time, I'm either recording, editing, or I am answering questions with customers, or I am what's it called? Actually, like reading. To be honest, like that's a lot of what I do is read. I try to educate myself on a whole bunch of things in order to have knowledge on everything as much as I can, feasibly can. I mean, obviously, I'm not the Almighty, so I'm not going to be able to, know everything, but I try to read as much as possible so that I'm able to understand as much as possible, right? So a lot of my day is reading. Like I wake up, I pack up the packages. Sometimes I check online to see if there's anything that's worth purchasing or worth selling, if any price jumps or price dips. And then after that, I take a lunch. I take a walk. That's where you see me post the office pictures. That's usually where I do that. And then I come back. I read right now. I am reading this book. This is my reading couch. It is not my casting couch, but I'm reading this right here. This is an incredible book. You guys, I highly recommend it. It's called Trivium, the Classical Liberal Arts of Grammar, Logic, and Rhetoric. Incredible book. It basically just talks about it, it basically just talks about how to think, how to kind of move yourself through logical fallacies so that somebody who is clever and cunning is not able to play tricks on you or so that you can basically get through any fallacies if they say anything that is kind of uh, incorrect, if that makes sense, or they try to disguise it as the truth because of how they say it. Statistics, you're able to kind of weave through that and pull it apart and say, hey, wait a second, there's something wrong here. Highly recommend this book. It's life changing. I'm telling you, it's so good. Okay. Anyway, moving on. This is what I do a lot of the time. So I spend like an hour and a half, 2 hours reading, and then the rest of the day, I either am shooting or I'm editing video. I shoot videos for Patreon. I do one video a week. A lot of it has to do with some research. Like I research some certain things, and then I record. So I for Patreon, for the highest tier, I do a video with my monthly sales as well as purchases as well as market watch. So that's the $15 tier, and then the $10 tier, they get one video a week where I discuss different topics, or they ask me something, and if I feel like it's worthy of a video, I record a video on that and I shoot and I send it out. And so yeah, and then other times the rest of my days either I'm wasting time organizing my binders. That's one thing I do a lot of time wasting on. Like I have to be more efficient with that. But yeah, I think that's one thing that I need to kind of just be like, I'm happy with my binders, let them go, stop rearranging. Because if you don't know, like with binders, like if you take out one card, you gotta shift every single one, right? Super annoying. And yeah, and then I come home, I chill with my wife, maybe I watch a film with her. Yeah, that's kind of like my day, man. It's pretty boring. I mean, um, as you mature, you kind of get used to like the monotonous aspect of life, if that makes sense. Like every day is the same, everything is repetition, and yeah, I mean, if you can get yourself a lady that is able to understand that that's what life is, it becomes a lot easier for you. So, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so that's why I guess my life is a little bit easier because it's just repetitive, honestly. And I'm also at the same time I'm always spending a little bit of time during my day venturing on how I can kind of increase my income streams so that I'm not kind of trapped with Yu-Gi-Oh or YouTube or Patreon. I mean, YouTube I make no fucking money, and I should not have sworn. I'm sorry. YouTube I make no money, but Patreon, it's a little bit of money here. Um, so yeah, and I try my best to kind of always be on the lookout for things I can hustle for so that I don't have to kind of go back to office life. That's the that's my day, man. What's the best way to eliminate the overall value of a certain evaluate? I think. Intimate. Sorry. What's the best way to estimate? Best way to estimate the overall value of a certain collection in your opinion? Um, I usually take whatever the market price is. Oh well, yeah. I usually just look up the market price. I mean, if there's a raw cards, I don't know how people do it to be honest. Like I don't know how Ruxin even sends out offers for these things because I can't imagine like looking at TCG player, finding every single card in the binder. I mean, I don't know if that's what he does, but if it is, I mean, kudos to him. I cannot do something like this. It's extremely taxing mentally. It's extremely taxing with my patience. I don't know if I can do something like that, but if that's how people do it, then yeah. In terms of sealed collection, most of the prices I kind of know at the top of my head, so I just plug them in a calculator. Like somebody sold me a bunch of boxes the other day. I told them 2K, 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 2.5, 2.5. Retail value probably get 15 grand. I can offer you 12. And he's like, yeah, that's fine. And he gave them to me. So that's how I usually work. And yeah, that's that's how I estimate. That's why I try to deal with sealed because card you have like condition, you have all these things. Sealed is a lot it's a lot more easy, but it's more expensive. You need more capital for it. So yeah. Next question is Astrohood. In your opinion, is there a good way to build a collection and is there a bad way? Currently, I'm focusing on two boxes, but I was wondering, should I also be looking for singles, people selling their collections? I mean, you should always be looking for for people selling their collections. Uh, that's how you kind of are able to apply like the bulk purchases and hope to basically sell them to make back your money and then keep the rest. That's how I usually work. Like honestly, for example, that 12K collection, I bought that. What I'm planning to do is sell it's 5 boxes, $12. Sorry, 12K. I sell the 5 boxes for 3K each. 4 boxes for 3K each to make back my 20K, 12K, and then that last box I put it back in my collection and I don't look at it. I don't tap into it because that's my investment aspect. I got my money back. You understand? This is how you have to work as kind of a bulk purchase, but you have to have the capital. If you don't have the capital, then you can't make as much of a move, right? You have to be able to buy less cards and then be able to, flip them. And in the beginning, you might not make enough to put a card in your collection, but eventually, as you build up more and more capital, that's how you do it. And you never take out money from the hobby into your other expenses. That's how you get poor. You know what I mean? Like if you're in this hobby and you make an extra 5, 10, $15, you don't take it and you go buy a Kit Kat with it. You understand? You have to keep it in the hobby. Number one, you reward the hobby for rewarding you, right? Like the hobby is kind of it's a symbiotic relationship, right? You if you what's it called? If the hobby gives you like some sort of profit, take it and put it back into the hobby itself. That's how I worked, and the hobby has rewarded me. The free market has rewarded me, and because I respect it, if that makes sense. I don't go take it and I go buy shoes with it, if that makes sense. I don't do that, and that's how I work. If you find a better way, then all power to you. But that's just how I do things. I take it and I put it back in my collection. If I do decide to sell it, it's usually to sell for another purchase. And you slowly start accumulating more and more and more and more, and then you end up having, something similar or bigger than what I have. Like if you look at Sassy Auto, for example, that dude does the same thing I do, but he has way more. He's been doing it way longer than me. If you just try to take advantage of the hobby as a flipper, I'm telling you, number one, you're gonna get burned. Number two, the community itself will not like the way you operate, and they won't buy from you. So yeah, is Yu-Gi-Oh your only job slash income source? Well, not just. I guess the Yu-Gi-Oh brand is. You could say that. I do like the Patreon. I do my sales with Yu-Gi-Oh as I do right now. I mean the past year and a half, 2 years it's been. Before that I had other jobs, but my honestly my income is my it's not like I make a ton of money. It's more I spend very little. Like I don't really buy too much. Like I told you guys, my car is like 2009 Mitsubishi Outlander, right? I mean that I I could buy another car, but then I know that that would hurt kind of my business, and it would hurt my comfortability to be able to sleep at night knowing that I don't have to pay a ton of money to take care of the car, to insure the car, etc., etc. So I try to keep my expenses as low as possible. I choose you. That was King Chen. Um, I choose you said play flesh and blood, please. I bought a couple of boxes. I bought like the base set. I bought the other one. I bought Tales of Aria. I really like the artwork. I really love the presentation. I will never play another card game. Like Yu-Gi-Oh is the only one, and I don't play anymore. I don't really have the time to play any games, to be honest with you. It's just like if I was gonna play games, I'd rather go spend time with my wife. If I was gonna play games, I'd rather spend time with my family. You understand? Like I don't really have the time to play games, if that makes sense. So yeah. Jose Valbenoa, he said, favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card, no matter the value or future market that you would keep forever. Uh, Probably Duel Master's Guide Dark Paladin. That was the first card I ever had. So that's a card that I would keep forever. So Duel Master's Guide Dark Paladin. Bar said, "Let's go. What's going on, my guy? Appreciate you." MG Ecom said, "Not investment wise, but from a pure enjoyment, do you prefer NA, Euro, or AE versions of Ultimate Rare GX cards for aesthetic? Curious to know. AE is king. There's nothing that even comes close to Asian English Ultimate Rares. As somebody who owns like AE, Cyber Dragon, Euro Cyber Dragon, and NA, I mean, it is night and day. Like you cannot compare AE cards. I mean, they really deserve the value that they have. Honestly, they're incredible cards. Um, like when you hold it, you kind of can tell that it's a tier above, if that makes sense. Like it's like there's this and then there's this, right? Like that's how AE is, and I really love them. If they weren't so damn expensive, I would try to collect them, but I can't do 1K every every Euro card. You know what I mean? Or 2K for some of the heavy hitters. Let's take a break and let's answer some questions here. Um, on the chat says, "Are you gonna collect TCG jump promos?" I have a few of them. I don't really want all of them. I only want up to Stratos. Um, uh, just Stratos. I don't really want to go past that. I have the Orichalcos as well as Genesis Dragon, but otherwise, not really my thing. Um, do you think we are gonna see a large overpay for 9.5/10 Surface Ghost Rares compared to 9 Surface Ghost Rares? I have no idea, man. To be honest, I don't really collect Ghost Rares. It's not really my thing. I, I'm not sure, man. Maybe people will pay for it. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. I I really couldn't tell you. Do you collect any other card games? Nah, just Yu-Gi-Oh. I dabble in Pokemon here and there. I have like a couple of booster boxes, But in terms of kind of major position, major interest, it's Yu-Gi-Oh. I have two Weiss Schwartz cards from the waifu Rin Tosaka. That's it. Hey, gotta go, catch you later. Appreciate it, Hawaiian. Take care, my man. Peace. How much is a new ruler and Labyrinth of Nightmare Japanese sealed booster box? And do you have any up for sale? No, I don't, but there seems to be one Labyrinth of Nightmare for around like 2 to 3K, I think. Doesn't seem unreasonable to me. So, Black Horizon said most expensive card versus your favorite card. My most expensive card is my G3 Dark Magician Girl, and my favorite card is probably Starter Deck Blue Eyes, the first edition. That's my favorite card. Yeah. Chris Lalone said AE card quality is crazy. It is, man. It's incredible. I mean, honestly, there's really nothing like it's ridiculous. So yeah. Next question. Alvin, he said, in the anime, what were some of your favorite monster cards? And if you were to be thrown into the anime, what sort of deck would you use? My favorite cards that were used in the anime is obviously Blue Eyes White Dragon, but to me, Dark Magician Girl uh, had a more prominent role. I really like Dark Magician Girl in the show, man. Like the first waifu, the OG. In terms of what I would use, I would definitely use spellcasters. I think spellcasters is the coolest archetype. I like how they didn't call them magicians. I like how they called them spellcasters. I think that's so badass, and that's definitely what I would use. I would not use like dragons or anything like that. Definitely spellcasters. That's why even collectability, like people like to collect the spellcasters with the circle in the back, if that makes sense. When I first got into the hobby, that's what I collected. Like even back in 2011, when I was collecting back in high school, what's it called? Like that's what I collect. Everybody had like the rescue rabbits and the freaking tour guides, and then they would look at my binder like, what the hell is this? Exodia, get the shit. What's it called? That's literally the reaction I got every time I went to a card store because I was collecting from way back then, and people, there it did not exist. There was no such thing as collections back then. So, um, yeah, like I would go into the shop. It's called Dollies, and I would show them my binder, and they'd be like, "Do you have trades? Do you have trades?" I'd give them my binder, and they would have like first edition MFC, first edition SDY, SDK, and they're like, they'll just look at it and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'm not interested in this stuff. Sorry." Man, I never traded once. Anyway, I remember I bought DMG. It was super minty. I bought it for $65, first edition MFC, and then I sold it in 2016 for $200. That was kind of very surreal for me. I was like, holy shit! I sold the cover $200. E said this guy is the real king of games. I appreciate it, my guy. Thank you very much. Chris Lalonde, he said, "Do you have a college degree or plan to get one? If so, why, or why not?" So I have a university degree now. I'm 27 right now. I did not graduate until I got to 26. So I went to university at 18. It was another university. I dropped out. First year, I got kicked out. Actually, it wasn't dropped out. I got kicked out. Second year, I went to another university. I got kicked out again. Third time, I went to another one, but it was like online, and I got kicked out the third time. Yeah, so I really tried because actually, I didn't really want to go to school. I don't like the schooling system. I don't like the way it works. I don't like the way that professors teach. Most of them, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. But I didn't like it. I didn't respect anything about it. So it was hard for me to put in the time for it. And I got kicked out 3 times. And then the fourth time, because my parents are kind of very much traditional, they forced me to go back to school. I went to one here, and then I finally graduated when I did the assignments. The main reason I failed was because I didn't do the assignments. Like I was fine on the exams. Like the exams I would get like 70, 75. The problem is that I cannot do an assignment that I can't do something I don't want to do. You understand? It's just impossible for me to do it. You understand? Like I procrastinate, I walk away, I just cannot do something I don't want to do. So assignments, I could not do them. You understand? Like this is why what's it called? Most of the time I just couldn't do the assignments. The exam I would be fine because I didn't really have any trouble with it, to be honest. Like I don't know, I didn't really have any trouble with the exam. I'm not like a I don't fall under pressure or anything like that. Like I'm fine with that. So because of this, I would get 75s and then I would fail because most of the things were essays, and I just can't write on something I don't care about. So, um, yeah, basically that's what happened. I dropped out 3 times. I went back for the fourth time, and then I kind of just realized that you just have to write scribble scratches and then just send it in and at least get that 50%, and then you pass. And I passed. I got I believe like my average was like 79% or something like that, maybe 78, something like that. It's not very high or not very low, but it was mostly because my parents forced me, and I'm not a fan of school. I don't like the way that they teach. The way that they teach is very outcome based. I don't operate based on outcome. I operate based on the now, if that makes sense. So I don't make a decision on what might be the outcome later on. You understand? If I'm making a decision, is this the right thing to do right now? That's what I do it. That's what I do. So that's the type of person I am. That's the type of mentality I am, and that's why I don't uh, uh I just didn't really succeed at school. Even in high school, to be honest with you. Like, I mean, uh, I had this thing where I would say like there's a school called Western. It's prestigious or sort of prestigious. I would say like, but it was known for the party schools. And I would say like back in my high school, I would say like, oh, I'm gonna make it to Western or die trying. But it wasn't because I wanted to. It's because I kind of wanted other people to respect me for being able to go to that school. I ended up failing. Like, I didn't even work. I didn't even get into that school. It's fucking ridiculous. But yeah, I ended up failing in high school. I failed in first year, second year, and the third year. Every single time I kept failing, and then the fourth time, I kind of just was like, "All right, we're gonna try and do the assignments and 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 try to yeah try to get by, if that makes sense." Vital Smile said, "Do you duel at all?" No, I don't. Neutral Smile, thank you. Ali Ali Halak said, "The point of school is to get you to think, not to get you a job. Not get you a job. Most times you don't need school to work as long as life has taught you critical thinking skills." No, I don't agree with that. I think school teaches you not to think. School teaches you to follow instructions, well, not to think, because none of the assignments are creative. Most of them are rubric based. So it means that they tell you what you should do and you do it. I do not adhere to the idea that school teaches you how to think. That's a folk tale people say to whatever it is to, I don't know, maybe it's to convince themselves that schooling is good. I don't know. I don't agree with it. I think it's supposed to teach you just how to follow instructions, and that's okay because that's really what the job needs you to do, right? Like the job needs you to follow instructions. It doesn't need you to kind of create. Maybe as a CEO, maybe as in the creative field like a programmer or something like that. But for the most part, your job is not to create, and because of this, the school system is not made for you to be able to think or uh, create anything. It's mostly made so that you follow instructions, and that's okay. I mean, it's literally a system that molds you to get a job, to make you a better employee, and that's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just don't think we should uh, call it something it's not, or say that it's something that it's not. So yeah, that's my with my child. I don't plan on forcing him to go to school. If I feel like, well, I don't plan on forcing him to do anything, but um, what I do plan on doing for him is, what is it that you want to do? And if the path is school, then you have to go to school. If that makes sense. Um, and he's gonna decide what he wants to do at that point. And yeah, like for me, I'm a very very traditional person. Like I'm very traditional, not in the way where uh where I, like how the East is. I'm talking traditional as in, uh I, what do I mean by tradition? I'm talking as in, I believe that the old ways are better than the new ways for most things. I do think that, for example, like the craftsmanship of the past, how the family line would create dynastic types of businesses where, the son would take over, and then the son would take over, and the son would take over, or the daughter would take over, and then they would create a kind of dynastic uh, company, if that makes sense. This is the type of person I'm not one of those people who adheres to the idea that, you do something and then your child starts from zero, and then your child starts from zero. I believe that it's your job to kind of create something for the child, so that if he has nothing, he will do, what's it called, he will do, at least he'll be able to carry on what your legacy, if that makes sense, if he cannot create something of his own. Obviously there's kids that are super talented, that are able to, they're able to kind of make their own way without even having parents in general. But obviously those are very small percentages, and if my child is that, I'll do all powers to him. But you know I know that I'm not very special. I'm a very average guy, and I know that my wife is a very average person. So if my child is spectacular, that's good, and I hope he surpasses me, but or she surpasses me, but I most likely they're going to be average. So yeah, Western University in London, Ontario. Yes, Western University in London, Ontario. Black Horizons. School teachers use copy and paste. Yeah, a little bit. Um, I'm recommending my kid go into trades. Entry level trades make such as much as an engineer today, simply due to supply and demand, economics of labor availability. Uh, yeah, for me, it's not really about the money, man. I don't really care too much about the money. A PhD means nothing if you can't capitalize on it. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. All right, next question. What is your opinion about the future of resubmitting PSA cards for grading, particularly as the fees keep rising and PSA appears to be using more computer vision technologies? Um, I mean, people are gonna keep trying, right? Like you have to think about risk reward. Everything in life is risk reward. And for example, if I crack a card, right? I'm hoping that the reward is worth the risk of it getting the same grade and costing me more, or maybe even dropping in grade, if that makes sense. So when I'm cracking a card, I'm thinking, is this worth the risk of spending another $150 to submit it? And I look at what the reward is, and the reward is, the price goes up 10 times, right? I make $3,000 if it goes up in price. It's worth submitting, right? It's worth cracking, right? But you have to know what's in the case, right? You have to know what card you're submitting, because you can't just buy nines and then resub them and hope that you get tens, because it's not how it works. You have to know what you have, right? So for me, if I know that a card is worthy of a 10, I don't settle for a 9. Why would I settle for a 9? I know that it's worthy of a 10, so I would try again. And if it costs me and I get the 9 again, then I live with that, because now cost benefit analysis, it doesn't make sense for me to spend $300, if that makes sense. So yeah, um, let me just sit real quick. Legs getting cold. Next question. I would like to know two things. What camera do you use for stills? What device do you use to generate those clean white backgrounds? So, what camera do I use for stills? You mean like my IG? I use this right here, my iPhone. And then, what device do I use to generate? So I use right here. You can see there's a white sheet of paper, light, light, and then sorry, yeah, I use white and then white light, and then a white sheet of paper, and then everything I do I edit in post. So that's why shit. Yeah, everything I do I edit in post. That's how I get those white backgrounds on my page. Forgive me for these two questions, but I really want to know what you truly do for a living. I do Yu-Gi-Oh. That's what I do. I mean, I always dream of having a good income, make me be able to one day own all these very expensive, nostalgic Yu-Gi-Oh products, which I'm truly obsessed with, and feel I couldn't, then became disappointed. Well, number one, you shouldn't be obsessed with anything. um, that's probably one reason your motivation, in my opinion, is not the right way, is not right. Um, I'm just trying to decipher your message. I always dream of having good income, make me be able to one day own all these things. Yeah, I mean, your income, your I don't know. In my opinion, I think money is the wrong way to pursue things. Money is easy to get if you shit. I mean, you could be a drug dealer and make money, right? Um, I think you should be trying to. I think your motivations are your or your values are kind of misconstrued. I mean, you shouldn't be trying to get a very high income to buy cards. I don't know. I don't think that's pretty good motivation. But yeah, I do Yu-Gi-Oh. I did sales. This was my career path. I had $50,000 in debt. I paid it off via selling statues and figurines. Basically, I would order bulk from a distributor, and I would just sell them. And that's just what I did. And then I had a job in sales. I worked at a jacket company called Macaj. Uh, I was top salesman there. I was the best. Like no joke. Like they had never seen numbers like how I generated numbers. You know what I mean? Like they had never, like, even my boss, he was like, holy shit, like how are you selling this many jackets a day? Every single day I was top salesman for the whole company. It's pretty insane. Sales, I'm really good at sales, so I don't know if it's like my uh straight shooting, like genuine attitude where I tell you, like I was telling people, no, that doesn't really look good on you. So maybe it's because I go straight for like the heart, if that makes sense when I'm talking. But I really was successful at that, and I was actually making more money doing that than figurines. And then yeah, I did that for one season, and they called me back the next season. But by that time, I had established myself in the Yu-Gi-Oh market and created quite a big position that I didn't need to work for them anymore. But they'll always have me back whenever I ask, because yeah, like I did really well. Like for me, if I put my heart into something, I'm telling you, like I do really well, because I'm quite a talented person. I would say I'm talented, but I'm also like not like extraordinary. You know what I mean? Like I'm just a little bit above average in terms of like just my ability to hone my skills into something. And yeah, like I did really well in sales, and that was kind of my career path. So it was like selling. I worked at McDonald's when I was younger, made no money, and then that was basically it. I worked at City of Toronto for a little bit, but as I discovered more and more about morality, I knew I had to leave that job. That job is, in my opinion, immoral. I left, and I started kind of doing the figurines. I did the Macaj sales jackets, and then I did Yu-Gi-Oh! And I don't know what's coming next. Like, I don't know if this market will even stay this hot and things. So I'm just going day by day, and I try to put the best with the most high, if that makes sense. Like I just trust the most high to protect me. So yeah, I always what's it called? Also, always wanted to know your origins and if you have an Arabian roots. Yeah, I have Arab roots. My parents are both Arab. Because I'm from Egypt and recently found out that one of my favorite Yugi tubers is half Egyptian, which was a cool thing for me to know. I really take you as an example. I wish one day to become like you. I wouldn't say you should become like me, man. I mean, that's a great compliment. I appreciate it, but I think you should try to become yourself, the best thing that you can become. So I'm just trying to be real with you. The way that I achieved success in my life, or I realized how to achieve success, is to not ever look at other people. Like, I do not care what other people think or say, not even a little bit. So just uh, yeah. Jay said, "Tell us a summarized life story." I moved to Canada when I was 7. Uh, I moved to Canada when I was 7. I came. Hmm, yeah, I got bullied quite a bit from grade 3 until grade 6. But then I kind of got the hang of it because I didn't know English, if that makes sense. So I got quite bullied for quite a bit for that, but it wasn't like bad. Like for me, I stood up for myself, if that makes sense. So it kind of ceased eventually. And then I bit some guy's neck. Like this guy called Mitchell, he kept bullying me. He kept bullying me in like grade 3 or 4, and I got so cheesed. I jumped on his back and I literally bit his neck, and the dude was sent crying, never talked to me ever again. Um, but yeah, grade 6, I excelled in mathematics at that time because when I was in Syria, that the curriculum was quite advanced, and uh, as I came here, I was like, "What the hell? This is child's play." So I excelled, but the problem is that during this time, grade 3 to 6, I developed bad habits of kind of not doing any work, and as my like my the advanced curriculum started to wear off because I started to actually learn new things. Um, it became very difficult for me to excel at school, and that was kind of the biggest turning point in my life because then I was not getting the attention for education anymore. I started like wanting attention for the wrong things. I started like doing bad shit. I started doing being a bully myself, if that makes sense. And then we got to kind of like grade 12, and after that I left that school. I left everybody I know there other than like maybe 2 people. I only know like 2 or 3 people from there still. Everybody else I don't really know. um and I left that school, and I kind of had to really work on myself because uh I developed bad habits in terms of like just work ethic, while at the same time uh I lost a lot of my will to kind of, I don't know, like push myself forward, if that makes sense, make myself better. So I had to really sit down and fix myself, and this lasted all the way up to third year. The third year when I dropped out, I had like 60, 50, or 60K in debt. It was crazy. Like it was overwhelming pressure. And I had no job, no degree, like literally nothing to show for. I wasted 3 years of my life, accumulated 60K in debt, and fucking I should not be swearing. I'm sorry. And what's it called? Like literally doing nothing. And then I started kind of looking for answers and stuff like that, and I realized that well, number one, I started. There's this one person who I kind of listened to, if that makes sense, and that guy like changed my life. It was complete. Uh, like it's like my neocortex kind of just fired as soon as I started listening to him, and I actually tried to show him to the 2 friends that I still had, and they're like, "What the hell? Why are you listening to this guy?" Like, but to me, when I heard him, I don't know, something in my brain like kind of sparked, and I was like, "This is it. Like, this is what's wrong," and it kind of fixed. Actually, it didn't fix it like right away, but it kind of reignited the fire in my heart, if that makes sense, to become like the best person I can become. I'm not there yet. Like, don't even get it twisted. Like, don't think I'm talking this big. Like, I still have like so many issues, if that makes sense. But I understand that I kind of have to look inwards in order to solve my issues and start trying to blame everything on people, if that makes sense. So that was a huge dramatic change for me, and it happened in around 2015, 2016 time. After that, kind of my life changed. Um, it was like now whatever I want to do, I will do. Okay? And whatever I don't want to do, I will not do. But now I want to do things. That was the key thing. So, yeah, that was the my kind of life story. It was like it's not as dramatic as it seems, if that makes sense, because honestly, like I had amazing parents. Like my parents were fantastic. The problem was that there was a generational difference because they came to Canada and there was a different culture shock, if that makes sense. But for the most part, it was quite I don't know. To me, it was the most revelatory time, that 2015 2016 era. I started reading very heavily. I started learning, wanting to learn about every single thing I can. Like people are like, "How you know so much about economics?" Like my friends, it's how you know so much about economics, religion, all these things. Well, it's because I freaking read. You know what I mean? Like, I sat there for like a year and a half, literally from like 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. just reading every single day. And my parent and my mom like thought I was like, what the hell's wrong with this guy? Like she's never seen me pick up a book in my life. And yeah, I started reading about everything I could and learning about everything I could, and I slowly started being able to kind of understand that, in order for me to excel, I have to actually put in damn work. And that was kind of like the big revelatory thing for me. So yeah, that's kind of my life story, if that makes sense, summarized. No questions at this time. Just want to say congrats, my friend. I appreciate you, Wolfie. Thank you very much, Warner, and thank you for your support. And that's basically it. That's my Q&A video. Let me know if you guys have anything else. Let me read what you guys are saying. Uh, Sales is a tough job. Yeah, it is tough for people who can't handle it. I do think that it is. It's not for everybody. You definitely need some thick skin. That's for sure. It is indeed immoral to work for the centers. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, Sammy. I think we are talking about different things in terms of immorality. Ali Halak said PSA 10 MFC Unlimited versus PSA 9 First Ed MFC. They have been selling around the same market price, but what wins long term? First edition PSA 9 obviously wins long term. Do you own any altcoins? Yeah, I own Ethereum, and then I own Monero. So Ethereum is my kind of silver, my Bitcoin is my gold, and my Monero is my hidden gold. Just in case I have to go off the grid. uh, Neutral said the ultimate way to permanently stop bullying. Yeah, bite, bite their neck. Like literally leave marks in their neck and rip their skin off. Michael Montemayor said, interested in knowing what you have for sale. I'd also like to know about your collection. What type would you never sell? Favorite archetype? How did you get into Yu-Gi-Oh? Favorite archetype is spellcasters. I already answered that. How did I get into Yu-Gi-Oh? A friend. I got into Yu-Gi-Oh like back in the day. I watched the TV show, obviously, but my friend recommended the thing to me, uh, like later on, and that's how I got back into yeah, that's how I did it. Interested in knowing what you have for sale? You can go to my. I'm working on my link tree right now for my Instagram, so I will be posting that as soon as it's done. You can go to my profile and you'll see my eBay link there. It is affiliate, so if you decide to purchase anything from on that website at all, I'll get a small kickback. I think like 1%. So just so you know, um, what would you never sell? I'll probably never sell. I already answered that. I think my DMG Dark Paladin probably is the thing I would not sell. Um, I'd like to know about your collection. Yeah, just check out my videos. I recently did a video for Patreon that goes over literally every single product that I have, like literally my whole collection, because I'm going, because I'm moving. So I'm moving to another. It's called province in Canada, but it's more like a state. So I'm moving provinces, and what's it called? I decided to take the video. I posted it on my Patreon, and it basically just goes through everything I have. And yeah, that's how you get to know. Otherwise, you're gonna have to stay tuned, and I'm gonna go through it slowly on my YouTube. RG said, as someone who has a sizable portion of their net worth in collectibles, do you not regret diversifying around the February ATH? What is ATH? I don't know what that is, man. To be honest, if you can explain, that would be great. Joe Hagashi said, "What do you do for a living?" Yu-Gi-Oh. That's what I do. Um, Colin McGee. I've got some LOB first editions coming back from PSA soon. Any chance you can convince Logan Paul to open LOB box to up the value? No, I mean I don't know if he even like will even give me the light of day to even say anything to him. So I'm sorry, man. You're out of luck. Michael Montemayor said, "Love your content. You're the real MVP. Thank you, man. You're the real MVP. It's all you. Appreciate you, man. Thank you." ATH. Oh, all time high. Sorry. Do you not regret? Do you regret not diversifying around February all time highs? I mean, what was I supposed to buy? Everything was all time high. Everything was freaking all time high. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna buy stocks because I don't buy the these companies. Oh, crypto. Yeah, I mean, I have crypto. I have quite a sizable portion in BTC and Ethereum and Monero. I have quite a bit. It's not that I don't have. It's just um I don't know them as well as I know Yu-Gi-Oh. So I can't I mean, I can't invest in them more than I can invest in Yu-Gi-Oh because then I'll be doing myself a disservice because I don't know enough. You know what I mean? I mean, I know enough to invest 20% of my portfolio. Actually, no, it's more like 40% of my portfolio in crypto. But I don't know enough to put more than that, if that makes sense. I know more about Yu-Gi-Oh, and that's why I prioritize Yu-Gi-Oh, and then I have 10% in gold, and that's all I collect. I don't do stock market. I don't do bonds. I don't do options. I don't do any of that. None of that shit. Sorry. I will not support these companies. I will not support the bank. Um. So yeah, I just do what I know. You understand, and that's kind of the simplest way. And again, I don't really follow other people's advice for most things. He's like, what about real estate? I mean, I have property. It's just not rental, so I don't really consider it an asset to be honest, because it's freaking pulling away money from my pocket. Like fucking tax. Oh my god, I gotta stop swearing. Like those taxes and 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 like the cost of electricity and all that. I mean, I know it's living expenses, but it does pull money away from my pocket, so I don't really consider it an asset. I like things that put money in my pocket as assets. So yeah, I don't consider my property as a part of my portfolio, if that makes sense, because I need it to live. I don't need the other stuff to live. Oh, and I have also 10% in cash as well. So that's kind of the majority. Uh, oh wow. Zillow stock crashed 20%. Holy smokes. In one day. But yeah, that's kind of my outlook on things. Hopefully you learned something about me. Does anyone have any last remaining questions? That was a good hour and a half. They stopped 20%, stop off 25% of headcount. Oh yeah? Wow. Yeah, I'm telling you that we are coming up on the greatest recession since the Great Depression. You understand? We will not see anything like this. It's going to be the greatest contraction of all time, in my opinion, at least. Not all time. That's not good. At least since the Roman era. At least since the Romans. All right. It's the only decade. 2010 to 2020 is the only decade where we did not have a recession in American history ever. Imagine that. It's the only decade where we didn't have one. Uh, Ali said the stimulus checks should have been managed better. The stimulus checks should not have been given out at all. Too much handouts. Yeah, yeah. I don't agree with any type of government intervention. So, as you guys know, I am not adhere of of the idea that the government should be doing anything. To be honest, other than protecting the rights of people, that's the only thing they should be doing. Oh man, I'm sweaty. Jeez. Stagflation seems more likely, but who says the music doesn't stop until 5 years later? Yeah, I do think that we are gonna go into stagflation, but if you just look at what's it called? If you just look at like other dynasties who went through the same thing, usually it's inflation, stagflation, and they go through a crunch of deflation, and then they can't control it anymore, and then it just hits hyperinflation. So yeah. Ali Halak said, "Oh, we know." Yeah, I'm sure you know, man. What are you guys doing to prepare? What do you think about PSA 10 Yada Grasso long term value? I think it'll do fine. I think it's fine. It's an A tier investment in my opinion. Are you bullish on precious metals? Just to confirm, no. I am bull. No, I am bearish, but I am what's it called? I'm very I'm very bullish on crypto. A lot of my portfolio is in crypto. I don't like that it's in crypto. Like it's not, don't get it twisted. It's not that I like it that it's in crypto. It's just I know that we will not go back to they will not allow us to go back to gold. You understand? They will not allow it. If we go back to gold, I mean, you're talking I don't know. I hope we do. If we do, I have a position in it. I mean, not a very obviously it's a very tiny position, but I have a good amount in it, but I don't think the West will ever go back to gold. I think that the lifeboat is Bitcoin. I don't think that it will be gold, but if it is, I'm ready for that too. I just think that it's more crypto, so I put more money in that. Because honestly, like, I am so tired of investing, like, so sick of it. I don't know if you guys get this too, but like this whole push, this whole push to go into investing, like, I don't know, to me, I'm just one of those traditional guys that just wants to work, make money, and stash it under my bed. That's it. You understand? I'm not interested in investing in anything. Like, I'm so sick of it. Like, this is the same reason why I want to go into crypto, because crypto limited, I buy it, I hold it, and I go to sleep. You understand? Like, I, okay, I pay taxes. Okay, I'll pay it. You understand? But just stop making me invest. Like, I'm so sick of it. Like, I'm so sick of always worrying if this is gonna go down, up or down, up or down, up or down. Like, I just want to go to a currency that is not garbage like the US dollar. So I just I'm praying to God that it is crypto. If it's gold, even better. You know what I mean? But I am so sick of investing. Like, I'm so sick of constantly going to sleep, waking up, thinking, what is the price going to be today? Like, I'm sick of that. Like, I'm tired of it. Oh, so worn out. USDC will become legal tender IMO, and I'm bullish on Monero. I don't think USDC will survive. I mean, if it's pegged to the US dollar, I mean, forget about it. Forget about it, because they will not allow that. I mean, I don't know if people truly go back to the US dollar after or USDC after the US dollar crashes. Okay, I have lost all my faith in people. I have lost my whole faith. Like, I've had it. You understand? So yeah, I mean, if people really choose USDC over the like over actual real money, forget it. Crypto looks cheap. I'm interested it's interesting. Influencers, though collectibles correlated with crypto prices doesn't seem the case today. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't try to correlate the two, because I know people use their earnings from crypto to buy cards, but I kind of don't look in the short term. I'm kind of more like 4 or 5 years in advance. I'm a macro guy. Like, I don't know the micro too much, to be honest. I don't really follow trends or anything like this. For me, I'm very macro. I look long term. Like, when I saw that they initiated the 5 trillion stimulus, I was like, holy shit, the ship is sinking. 5 years, 6 years, I give it, like maybe 2025. But this, I can't. I don't know how people do this. Like, every single day they check prices. I bought in 2017 and 2015 crypto, like BTC, and I have not looked at it. I have not touched it. You understand? Like, I know what the value is. Like, every so often, obviously you have to check. Like, I'm not trying to feed you like I'm some god or something. No, but I do check. But I'm saying, like, I have never sold, not one, like even one pinch of any of my crypto, because as soon as I learned about the money system, which is the one thing that I learned about, the thing that really woke me up was when I learned about the banking system in my economics class. My professor, the scumbag, was teaching it as if it's just regular everyday life, that government can just print money whenever they want, counterfeit money as much as they want. And I was like, how is this scumbag teaching this and not raising a flag in front of his students? Like, I literally raised my hand at that time. I was like, wait a second, sir. isn't this counterfeiting if they can just print more based on how much I give them? If they can just photocopy what I have, that isn't that counterfeiting? He's like, in a way, I guess. After that, that's when I truly woke up and I started reading. And I started reading about money system first. And that's when I was like, there has to be something. And I was lucky because somebody knew about it beforehand. Obviously, through the 2008 crash, they knew about it and they created that system. So I was like, I'm putting all my money in there, and I was like, that's it. Like I just kept buying whenever I can, and that's it. I have never sold a single penny of BTC or Ethereum, not a single penny. Um, because I knew the ship was sinking. Like the ship is sinking, and it hit. Not the first hit was 2008, but the real hit was in the 2020. I sent you a DM on Instagram, but one of the PSA 10 Genzos you're selling is consecutive cert with my PSA 10 Yada. I need it. Yeah, man, hit me. I don't really reply to DMs. I don't really have the time anymore, so I kind of I kind of don't even go on my IG. I sublet it to my wife. My wife does it now. But just send me an email of what your offer is, and if you need payment plan, I don't mind doing that for you. Just let me know what you need, and I'm happy to like help you out. And what's it called? And yeah, I sent you. Are you moving to Alberta? Yeah, I am. I am. I'm trying to move to Alberta. Yes. True diamond hands. Yeah. I'm a hodler, bro. Why care about the price if you don't plan on selling? You should only care if you see it's on sale in a bear market. Hopefully, you are staking the crypto for interest too. No, I'm not staking it because I don't believe in interest, to be honest. But that's why I don't take a mortgage. If I was not blessed with the amount of wealth I was able to accumulate in 2020 and 2019, um, I would not be able to purchase a home ever in my life. But I really was blessed, and now I'm able to purchase kind of the home cash. So it worked out for me, but I don't believe in interest. I won't take it like from somebody else, and I won't give it. Like even my payment plans, like I have somebody who's been paying me for the past year. You understand? Like the thing went up in price so much, and I haven't asked for interest at all. So that's just how I am. I guess that's why the universe kind of rewards me, if that makes sense. Anyway, yeah, I don't really care about the price. If I see it go down, like I see what's it called? It's what's it called? Like Trihorn Jinzo. Like I follow this guy. He's my brother. Not my brother. Like literally, I really respect the guy. Um, he posts whenever BTC goes down. Oh, let's go buy some more of it. uh yeah, but I really am. I have to really say, like, I don't know how people do this whole like day trading thing. Oh man. Oh man. Still beats socialism, IMO. Well, the the government having control of the money is socialism. You can go look it up. Read Karl Marx. What's it called? The Communist Manifesto. The I think the third tenant is the government must have control of the money supply, and that's what they have right now. We do not live in capitalism, and that's the biggest lie ever told by any professor, that we live in a true capitalist society. We do not. We do not. We live in something called cronyism, or fascism. Okay, close to fascism, but we live in something called cronyism, where basically the corporations own the government, and they're the ones who create the laws. But we do not live in a capitalist society. If we lived in a capitalist society, you pretty much won't even see poor people. Poor people won't even exist. Okay, it would just be basically middle class and upper class. That's what would happen in a capitalist society. Very similar. I don't want to get into it, but that's what would truly happen in a capitalist society. In a true capitalist society where there's true capitalism, not what the government is offering right now. As long as the government exists and there's taxation, it's not capitalism. What is the true value of a LOB first edition Blue SPSA 10? What's the potential value in years to come? I think the value right now is 70 to 80 grand. And value to come, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, man. I agree. It isn't about gains. It's about about not being sucked into the quicksand that is the monetary system. Exactly. The debt system. If you get sucked into that, you are finished. Like you will, the baby boomers, the people before us, they were able to get away with it. They took the devil's deal. You understand? The devil's deal is you take mortgages, you take mortgages, and you get houses. And they took the devil's deal, and they're gonna pay for that. Like just karmically, they're gonna pay for it. But the devil's deal today, it's not gonna work out as nice as it worked out for our parents, because they sucked out all the wealth that capitalist innovation allowed, like all the innovation, like the internet, all of that, they sucked it all up. You understand? Right now, anything we we do is gonna go back on our necks. So yeah. Day trading slash short term trading is another fancy term for being a gambler in a casino. I agree with that. I agree with that. For me, I'm honestly the type where it's like, if I trust in the thing, I put my money in it and I let it go. And that's it. I don't really worry about it too much. That's the type of person I am, and that's how I work, to be honest. Even with everything I do, everything like Yu-Gi-Oh. I told you I don't do more crypto, even though you see more gains in crypto, because I don't know it enough. I don't trust it enough because I don't know it enough. So that's how I see it. Everything keeps growing in capitalism. Exactly. I was doing, I was talking to another friend of mine who is, in my opinion, intellectually superior to myself. And those are the kind of people I like, where I learn from them. Because to me, like, to the past like 4 or 5 years, it's mostly people learning from me. But there's some people who I know they've been doing what I've been doing, like reading for a lot longer than I have. Um, and and basically this guy, he was doing this calculation. He was showing me like just an estimate, like if the government, okay, from 1944 did not get in the way of literally every single innovation, okay, the whole population would be at least 5 times wealthier, at least 5 times wealthier. Okay, if the government did not get in the way since 1944, since Bretton Woods, until 1920, until 2020, okay, 'cause that's when I talked to him. It was last year, it wasn't this year. We would be 5 times wealthier. All right, that's just, and hey, like, look, I might be wrong, but all I'm saying is the system that we're in right now doesn't work. And I looked at every other system, I'd rather have capitalism. I'd rather have true capitalism, not what we have today. Okay. I looked at what we have right now, and I looked at what we're at and where we're heading, and what's it called? Well, I don't like where we're headed. Um, Technically, Ethereum is staking in securing the network. Would you consider miners to be charging interest 5% APY shouldn't be passed up? Could you tell me? I have no idea what any of that means. So could you just break it down for me a little bit easier? For me, I only know the basics of crypto. I don't know too much about it, so I don't know what securing the network is. I don't know what miners charging interest is, like APY. I don't know what that is. If you can break that down for me, I can tell you what my opinion on that is. Sorry about that. I think the camera cut out. What's happening is I'm coming into Zoom to focus it, and It's focusing on me right here, but then when I go back here, it's not focusing. Stupid camera. Focus on this shit. Okay, there you go. All right. Technically, yeah. So most day traders lose to ETFs. Haha, it's very hard to win in day trading. Yeah. Uh, I don't know how. I don't know about winning or losing. I just know that it's way too much stress. I'm not interested in that. Thoughts on the crypto mining impact on the environment? Well, number one, I think that they can mine as much as they want. It will never compare to the environmental impact of what the U.S. dollar is doing. So I will always choose that over what crypto is doing. That's my thoughts on that. In terms of just overall terrorism funded by by the U.S. dollar, overall like just all of the uh, catastrophes that are caused by the US dollar being able to print, okay, I would take mining over, I would take whatever impact mining has over that. So that's my opinion on that. I would take it before anything. MRD, if you can find a better solution, okay, that's basically as as environmentally conscious as the US dollar is, as they like us to believe, okay, that does not fund terrorism, then maybe I can look into it. But right now, I'll take anything other than the US dollar. I don't care how bad it is. You can take all the energy you want as long as it doesn't fund terrorism. MRD first, PSA 10 population increasing fast, yet the SDK, SDY, PSA 10 Papa Dark Magician boot is barely moving. How is that? Um, because, well, number one, MRD is a lot easier to grade than SDY, SDK. SDY, SDK is glossy. It's chipped very easily. Also, it's way more OC. Um, Also, MRD, a lot of people open MRD. I mean, SDK, you'll still find it. It's just not mint. It's not gem mint. But I mean, the pop is still going up. I mean, I did the pop report on my Patreon, the update for 6 months. The pop went up like I believe like 10 or 11 in the past year. So it's still going up. I don't know. Thoughts on GBI ultra rares? I think they're okay. Not that they're all right. RG, Ethereum is moving from proof of work, aka miners who run huge farms expending electricity to mine blocks, to proof of stake, where anyone with ETH can vote on the next block without expense. This yields 5% converting. Bro, you. Ethereum is moving from proof of work, aka miners who run huge farms expending electricity to mine blocks, to proof of stake, where anyone with ETH can vote on the next block without expensive HW. Bro, you cannot be using these things. You can't be using these acronyms, man. HW. No idea. Okay. This yields 5% APY by converting ATH2 today and 15% in the future. This is called Ethereum 2. Protocols like Polkadot are already proof of stake and in fact are even more fancier. They operate as DAO, decentralized organization. I see. So what's happening is it's kind of like credit card basically, where it's basically like credit card, right? Where when you're sending a payment from here to there, right? There, instead of the thing being transferred from here to there, what's actually happening is PayPal is or the bank is spotting you, or the credit card is spotting you, while at the same time they're dealing with it in the background so that they don't have to consume as much energy. Is that what you're saying? Like basically they're just spotting you for the time being, and then they work out the balance in the background so that basically when I do it, when I tap my credit card, I like that the transaction is not instant. It's only being instant, like in the real world, but in the background it's not actually doing that. It's not actually my money's going from here to the teller. It's actually the credit card spotting the money, and then they pull it from my account later. Is that what you mean? Am I understanding correctly? Ali Halak said, I hate America too. It is not just America, bro. Every single country that has a central bank operates on the same thing, which is basically every country, to be honest with you. Every country, other than since 2001, Afghanistan, Iran, Syria, uh, Afghanistan, Iran, Syria, North Korea, and there's one more country, I don't remember, but every other country had a central bank. Now all of these five countries, they have central banks as well, but since 2001 these countries did not have it. But what's it called? Every single country has this. I'm telling you, this is the biggest economic crunch that we will ever see, ever see. The only difference is Americans and Canadians don't know how to survive on their own. All the other countries, they can survive on their own. They don't need the government system to work. RG, is what I explained correct or not? These acronyms are killing me. How much should a BGS 9.5 DMG be worth? MFC first ed? I don't know, man. Like 3, 4K, 5K. Hyperinflation would just be in terrible Canada as well. Yeah, I think Canada printed more money per GDP or per capita than the US did in the past year. Canada printed more. Can you believe 1 year ago gas was 0.77 a liter? Now we're at 1.6. Carbon taxes are BS. F Trudeau. Uh, yeah, carbon taxes. Okay, wait. Let's see. RG said so. A better way to put proof of stake. I bet my 32 Ethereum that your transaction is valid when you submit your transaction. If I'm wrong, I get slashed, losing half my Ethereum. Mining using hashing to prove your transaction is real, which takes a lot of energy. Yes, I understand the mining aspect, but you're saying that basically you bet that transaction is real, and then you basically take a percentage of that transaction because you spotted the person. Is that correct? Like you basically put the money in advance because you believe that the thing is correct, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think that that's interest per se because you're taking risk. The thing that I'm against is the bank taking not is the bank interest. I'm not talking about interest in general. Um interest in general, uh like interest overall is not a bad thing. It's just a tool. I don't like using it myself because I don't like being in debt to anybody, but in terms of the immorality part, I'm only talking about the bank interest. You understand? Taking interest from the bank is basically paying interest to somebody who doesn't even own their money. You understand? They didn't even work for their money. This is what I have a problem with. It's not the fact that they're charging interest. Like for example, if I worked my ass off for $100, okay, and then you're telling me that you could make $125, $125, okay, and I know that I can only make $110. I could be like, hey, could you guarantee me $10 and I'll give you the $100 and then you can make your 125, put 50 in your pocket. Well, here there's a risk that if he fails, I'm gonna lose all my money, right? So it makes sense that he's taking this opportunity cost to make more money than me while paying me a little kickback, right? Because I'm losing something of mine. The problem is that the bank is printing the money. They don't own it. You know what I mean? It's not their money to print. It's not their money to lend. They're lending other people's money and charging interest on that. Does that make sense? This is what I'm against. I'm not against somebody, you know, giving the money to somebody and giving him and getting return on it because they're taking a risk. I don't have a problem with that. All right, wait, let's see what you guys are saying. Um, if you forget that, you forgetting that if Ethereum fails, so does DAO. Also, it runs on Ethereum. Super risky. I'd rather keep my money on USDC if I wanted a stable coin. Bro, you're missing the point. The problem is that we're trying to step away from the US dollar. We're not trying to go back to the US dollar because we understand what the US dollar means and represents. It's not about safe. It's not about safe. It's about taking action against the immoral behavior of government. Yemen. Might be Yemen. I don't remember, to be honest. RG. So a better way. Yeah, so he explained that. Not worth it otherwise. That's what it is. You get transaction fee money. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, transaction fee money. Um, yeah, I'm not against transaction fee money. I'm not against that at all. Actually, I think that's quite clever because then everybody can just pull up a computer if they're short on money and just approve transactions. AKA, everybody can become a bank if they want to, compared to regular people, right? Like instead of just having the bank run the monopoly, where, for example, you need a Swift code and all this other bullshit to send money, right? And they approve it, right? I'd rather anybody come on the web and approve that, if that makes sense. So instead of miners taking fees, validators who put their collateral taking fees. They don't spot any money on your transactions, but they bet their capital that the next block is correct. I see. Oh, I see. I mean, generating the next block. Generating the next block is staking. In staking is done without much computation because transactions are voted instead of mined. If your voting is wrong, you lose half your money. I see, I see. So you're incentivized to vote correctly so that you can't just approve, fraudulent transactions. And 1 second, one thing to confirm though. If the transaction is fraudulent, is wrong, okay? And the majority votes wrong, does it still go through? Does it still become a non-fraudulent transaction, or is it still fraudulent transaction and they still lose half their money? Is that make sense? Uh, is that correct? Emmanuel said, then I guess it's worth it. Won't work unless people stop converting everything from crypto back to USD. Y'all converting your BTC back to USD at the end of the day. Hey, speak for yourself, man. I'm not one of those people who just preaches without doing, dude. I'm one of those people who I know that if I want to change the world, I change myself. You understand? I've never cashed out a single thing on Bitcoin. I'm taking money away from the system and putting it in Bitcoin. I never put it back into the system. Gabby B said, your thoughts on PWCC Vault. By the way, this doesn't mean that everyone is like this. I know most people are not. Most people are money hungry. But what I'm saying is, I talk, I do what I preach. You understand? I'm not one of those phonies. Um, your thoughts on PWCC Vault? I use it. I it's a way of getting rid of. It's a way of getting rid of extra fees that eBay charges. It's a way of doing that, and also, like, it kind of consolidates a lot of my packages, puts them together, so I use them. But I don't put like my main stuff. I don't send my expensive stuff there. I don't do that. I'm not saying you specifically. I'm talking about most of the BTC users. Yeah, I agree with you. I think the people who most people who are in crypto right now are in it for the wrong reasons. Most people. But I know a couple of people who are not in it for the wrong reasons. So that's fine. I mean, look, dude, to me, I kind of trust that if I'm going in for the right reason, I'm doing the right action, I will be rewarded for it. And hey, I might be wrong, and I'm willing to take that responsibility. I really am. Whatever the majority approves as a transaction in staking is considered valid, even if some disagree. That's why there are 300,000 validators today in ETH, too, with more on the way. Right now, ETH miners take 15%, so that moves to the stakers. When the network moves next year, I see, I see. So then how do people vote exactly? Like I don't understand. Like what gives them how do people like I don't understand like how people vote. Like how do you say that this is the right fraudulent or not fraudulent transaction? How do you do that? If you see it on enough computers basically or on enough chains or what exactly? I'm in it for the long haul. I know BTC will be worth millions one day. Not sure about Ethereum, but BTC for sure. Yeah, I think Ethereum will be like the silver, right? Like if you read up on Roman times, right? The Romans, what they did, they had gold, right? And they had what you could say is the 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 older America, if that makes sense. And what they had was their because they exercised total freedom, right? Obviously, it's not 100%, but it was basically what America was in the very beginning. The Romans became a superpower, and their currency became so expensive that they had to shift from gold to silver. So now people who own gold, their value is still going to go up because as silver goes up and becomes more and more valuable, the gold starts to increase in price as well. This what this does is this actually incentivizes the population to save money instead of spending it. You understand? Like this is the key aspect of a healthy monetary system is that when you are when you earn your gold or you earn your silver, you know that in the future it's going to go up in price because as more productivity happens, the more demand for gold will happen, right? So as you're more productive and you produce more, what you do is you create the ability the gold retains and increases in price. And what this does is instead of you wanting to invest or spend it, what do? You hold it. Holding gold is holding the money, not gold. Like the money is better than spending it. And this is the key aspect. In our society today, okay? The society that we have today is um, we are incentivized to invest. We always have to buy things because we know that if I don't spend it right now, next year it's going to be 5, 10, 15% less. You understand? Like that's how people's mind automatically works. Like if you don't know, you don't know, you just put it in your savings account. But if you do know, you're incentivized to do this. And what I'm saying is, I don't think that that's the right way to build an economy. I don't think that's because then you're just building on assets, right? Like you just hold the assets and that's it. I don't think that's the right way to go about it because you know why? The people who work a regular job, they're the ones that get punished the most. For me, I can sell my asset whenever I want. So as the dollar goes down, I'm still holding assets. You understand? It's the people who work day to day and their hourly job. Those are the people I'm looking out for, if that makes sense. It doesn't hurt me. It helps me. This is why the system helps the rich because the rich are people who own assets. They don't own cash. They don't get paid in cash. They get paid in stock options. They get paid in other assets. They don't get paid in, they don't want cash. You understand? Because they understand cash is for the poor. The poor get paid in cash. So when I try to say whenever I say what I say, I tell you that if we are able to just end the monetary system, we can probably end most corruption. Like literally, pretty much most corruption. There's still gonna be corruption because there's still government, but for the most part, it will end. You understand? Most corruption will end. You can't fund wars. You can't fund nanny states. Like the woman just divorces her husband and then he gets kicked out. You understand? You can't defend. You can't pay for military. You can't pay for nanny states. You can't pay for uh, uh, what's it called? Like voting people into power, like paying people to go into power. Like how do they vote right now, right? Whichever whoever hands out the most handouts is the one who goes into power. You understand? All of this stuff gets kind of relinquished. All this stuff goes away because number one, like think about it. Are people gonna pay for a war when they have to leave the soil? Wait, so you're telling me that I have to pay taxes to initiate myself to go to war with somebody else? Screw that. Right now, the government pays people to say, hey, join the military, you'll get free education, free this. How do they do this? They do this by printing money. You get rid of this, now you lose the army. All you have is militias now. You understand? You lose a lot of the state control that it has. It's because of the monetary system. You get rid of the money, you follow the money, and what's it called? You create and you create more wealth for everybody. The lower class, the middle class, and the upper class. The upper class deserve their money. I'm not against them. I'm against the government uh, taxing the poor via inflation. That's the biggest tax they pay. Nothing pays more. Like, bro, they can pay 20% to the government. It's still less than what's inflation doing. Anyway, let's go back to what you guys are saying. um, U.S. is the new Roman Empire. That's exactly what it is. It's the new Roman Empire. It's the new Babylon. It's whatever you want to call it. Um, you think Litecoin can be the silver to BTC? No, I think Ethereum will be the silver to BTC. A lot of banks are taking interest in it and utilizing it. Maybe. I don't know too much about Litecoins, but to me, when I see a huge gap between the big two, that indicates to me silver and gold. However, I'm not saying that it will never be eclipsed. It might be. I'm not sure. I'm not going to bet against it, but it's sort of like the reason I don't bet against Bitcoin is sort of like gold, right? Like people just gravitate towards gold because they know it holds value. They don't know why it holds value. They just think that it does. And it's the same thing with BTC. I think that's what's going to happen. It's going to be even the simpletons are going to be gravitated towards BTC because they know that their money is going to hold value there. That ship is not going to sink like how the dollar sunk. You understand? Hi, can I ask a question here? Of course you can. Go ahead, Gregory. The protocol for staking is complicated, but to sum it up, every new block, a random validator out of the 300k validators chosen to produce a new block. Everyone votes if the block is correct. Whoever votes incorrectly loses half of their ATH they put up, and the transaction fees are split to the whole network. Of the validators, which will be to the whole network of validators, which will be 15% APY in the future, since Ether fees are crazy. I see. So what's APY? Uh, I think the only acronym I understood there was ETH. What's APY? But that makes sense. To me, I don't really think that annual percentage yield. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Huh. But then, how do you? Oh, wait a second. Hold on a second. I think the light bulb went up in my head. Wait a second. So how do you get the labor aspect? How do you get the labor aspect of ETH then? If we shift to this new network, because to me the labor aspect is the biggest deterrent to overinflation, right? So how do you get that aspect here if all you're doing is just betting? Who actually pays the price of the 15%? increase in inflation. Because right now we know, for example, we know right now, like BTC, for example, um, BTC, for example, the way that we know that it can be deterred, the inflation is already 15% today. Yeah, yeah, I know, but it's 15% today because people are working, right? Like people, the miners are doing the work, and it's costing them thing. Like they're not. No, no. But the issue here is this: if I'm a miner, right, and let's just say I'm mining the whole 15% myself, okay? If I'm a miner, it's costing me money to mine this. That's the key aspect here. Like it's costing me money to mine the 15%, right? Because I have to run the computers, I have to run the electricity. So this, so if the price of Ethereum becomes lower than the amount, the lower than the amount of energy and the money that I have to spend to mine the Ethereum, is going to deter me from making more, right? Like isn't like that's how I see it, right? Like the reason that gold price doesn't just randomly inflate is because what's it called? I mean, if gold gets to a level where it's $1,000 and it costs $1,500 to mine 1 ounce, obviously people are not going to do that because they're going to lose money. So what I'm saying is, what is holding Ethereum back from being inflated 50 more than 15%? Like right now it's 15% because people are still able to work, right? Like they're still able to mine, and and people are able to mine right now, and they're able to uh, make money off of it, right? But let's just say that the price starts to stagnate, right? How will it inflate? Like people can, I mean, that's what I'm saying. If there's no effort in it, why can't people just make more, vote more, basically? If that makes sense. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I don't know. It's expected to gain value over USD, hence people are willing to take that risk, I guess. Oh, that makes sense, I guess. Like to me, whenever I think of currency, I need the biggest deterrent, right? I need a deterrent for inflation, which is basically work, right? Like you need to work your ass off to make more of it, right? The US dollar, the reason it can inflate so easily is because they just press a button, they don't have to work. Well, the profit is even greater than the mining, but a recent change to the protocol this year caused some ETH fees to be burnt slash destroyed, so it actually might end up being deflationary in proof of stake. Huh. I don't understand. I honestly don't understand. Yo, RG, message me, like you can keep going here, but also message me later and on IG, and I'll give you a call, and I just want to kind of learn more about this. Example, using smart contracts costs 100 to 200 in fees for one transaction. No, no, I totally understand that gas fees are super expensive. I'm not like denying this. What I'm asking is, how do I make sure that inflation won't get out of hand and it is directly correlated to the efficiency of the market? How do I make sure of this? Right now, like for example, I know that gold does not overinflate in value because I know that if the market is the efficiency of mining this thing costs $1,500 and 1 ounce is $1,000, I know that people are not going to just inflate it for no reason because it costs them $15,000. Now, if it costs them nothing, they'll just go build more. You understand? Does that make sense? So, what is the deterrent here of Ethereum inflating to the whims of the voters? Cyber Dragon ulti versus Flame Wingman ulti. Flame Wingman ulti I think will win in long term. I like Cyber Dragon though. I have three of them, but I think Flame Wingman will win in the long term. To put it in Gordon Gecko's terms, wealth is simply transferred from people paying ETH fees to ETH miners validators. The supply cap will likely stay the same. Ah, I see. I see. I see. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, okay, okay, okay. That makes sense. Wait. Yeah, wait. Wait a minute. What is people paying 80? I see. Okay. So it's not generating new ATH. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Because I know the Bitcoin system is if you approve or mine a lot of transactions, you are rewarded with Bitcoin, correct? As long as there's things in the supply, right? So it's not the same thing here. Here, basically, the people who are sending the money back and forth, they pay um, a small fee to these people who are approving the transaction. Is that what you're saying? What's up, SS? I want to watch the beginning of the stream later. Will it be available on as a VOD? Yeah, I'm gonna be posting this one. This is gonna be a really interesting one. I learned a lot. Thank you. I appreciate your time, RG. By the way, the Ethereum generated will one day be less than the Ethereum destroyed from fees in proof of stake. Some days this year, the supply cap reduced, aka deficient. Now I understand now. I understand now because I totally get it now. I 100% understand. Like 99% chance I understand. Okay. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like the human mind is able to solve everything. Why can't we just trust it to solve the things that we are so scared of? Like look at this genius way of solving the price of gas fees for Ethereum. Like look at that. Like that's incredible. I don't know how people don't have the trust in human beings. I don't know. I have it. I 100% trust humans to be able to regulate themselves, and because of shit like this is I will never be able to come up with that by myself. This system. You understand? I will never be able to do that by myself. There's literally human beings who are able to think of something like this. I mean, it's incredible. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Why would you limit something like this, aka with government? Oh, man. I get so triggered when Ali said the Cyber Dragon higher demand beat Flame Wingman higher rarity as an ultra ulti. Yeah, I think I don't no, sorry, no, it does not. I think the higher rarity, I don't think there's actually more demand for Cyber Dragon than there is Flame Wingman. I think it's around the same. I just think that the fact that Cyber Dragon is exclusively to CRV, while there's multiple Flame Wingmans like the counterfeit ones, is what makes this kind of uh, makes it kind of equal out, I guess. Trust means freedom and a certain risk. Not everyone can handle it or wants to control it instead. And yeah, I agree with you. I think people want to control others because they're too scared. They're too scared of what the human mind can create, and this is the biggest thing that holds back society. There's this great book I read. It's kind of like a utopian society or something like that. And the guy said this. Okay, is like a fiction book. It was not even like some philosophical book. It was saying he was talking about how uh, and this society became great because they overcame the one thing that no other society could, the idea of government. It's incredible. Like I don't remember the exact shit. I forgot the book's name. Ah, I forgot. It was quite a while ago. I read it like quite a while ago. But yes, freedom is a two-way street. It is. It's responsibility as well as freedom. You understand? It's not just freedom. You can't have freedom without responsibility. Um, but yeah. Not everyone can handle it. It's exactly true, man. Nobody has the courage to do it. That's the thing. You know, America. Why is it called? Why is it America called? Why is America called? Uh, uh, why is called land of the free, home of the brave? You understand? It's the land of the free, but the people who stay are the brave. And this is a key. I mean, the founding fathers, man. Like I know they were Luciferian in nature, but holy I mean, those people, they knew what they were doing, man. Incredible minds, like unbelievable. Like if you read their work, unbelievable amount of intellect, unbelievable amount of philosophy, like unbelievable work. Honestly, like those people, they really knew what it meant to be free. They really knew. Uh, Let me check for you. Hold on, I'm just asking. RG, are you more bullish on ETH than what's it called? Than BTC? The reason I go into BTC is because I don't understand a lot of the stuff that he just said. Like, I mean, I understand it after he explained it, but what's it called? What's it called? Like he, I don't understand a lot of it, like inherently. So because of this, I gravitate towards BTC as kind of just I just put my money in it and I hold. I wait. You understand? No, the book is called. It's a series. It's called Arc of the Scythe. That's what it's called. Arc of the Scythe by Neil Shusterman. Neil Shusterman. That's the author. It's just a authority. I don't own any Bitcoin. Bought your PSA 9 first Blue Eyes with a Amex, remember? Oh, I know you. Oh, I remember. I saw you auction it off. I was telling my wife, I was like, "Oh, this guy's gonna get burned. He's auctioning at the bad time. He's selling low." Yeah, I remember, dude. I remember. Nice to hear from you again, man. I appreciate your time, like explaining all of this to me. I mean, really, thank you. I know your time is valuable. Haha, went a bit overboard with the collectibles, so moved into NFT slash crypto around that time. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, fair enough. Well, I hope you did well for yourself because I think when you sold it, BTC was still at like 30K, right? Yeah, this guy's a beast. He went from the United States to from Canada to United States, and a buddy of mine was telling me, he was asking me, he's like, why is it that you think uh, like people like the United States does so well? And I was telling him, like, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, it's because the United States is very exceptional in just its overall mentality. It's the kind of mentality that doesn't kowtow to anything, and a true kind of balance of the masculine and the feminine principle. If you're a viewer of my other philosophical stuff, but yeah, the United States is quite exceptional, and Canada is, in my opinion, very average. Like, there's a lot of average people here. You're not gonna see exceptional people. You know why? Because if there is anybody exceptional, they leave. They want to go to the States. And this gentleman is quite intelligent. Like, when I was talking to him, I had like I talked to him on the phone. Maybe it was around like 6 months ago, maybe. Very, very. I learned so much from this guy. And again, like, he does it again, but yeah, that the United States is quite exceptional, and Canada is average, unfortunately. It's just like every other country, and it's a damn shame because I think people have the ability, but they will not be able to um they will not be able to achieve what the United States does until they gain some courage, unfortunately. Well, to put it lightly, I feel like accumulating a lot of DDS 10s, etc. after ETH hits 10 to 20K. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see 10K for Ethereum. A lot of my holdings, actually half is in Ethereum, because I feel like that's the thing that I'm gonna be using the most often. I feel like the BTC is gonna be my savings, if that makes sense. So yeah, damn, we have 13 people. Does anybody have any last questions? I was supposed to end this like an hour and a half ago. But I just learned something new, so extended. But yeah, if nobody has any questions, I'll give it another 9 minutes and then we'll call it a day. Canadian Yu-Gi-Oh players are exceptional. I have no idea, man. I couldn't really tell you. Do you think the collectibles market has an overlap into the crypto market? I think there's been a massive growth as people use collectibles to convert crypto to cash. Yeah, I mean, I do think people do that. It's I have people who message me. They're like, "Oh, I only buy with crypto," and I understand like why they're doing it. Um, for me, I try to always use cash as much as possible because I like paper. But yeah, I do think that there's a little bit of an overlap. Number one, right now, because of the inflation that happened in the past year, every asset class is through the roof. Like not a single asset class is is like even steady. All right, look at stocks, look at freaking collectibles, look at BTC, look at the housing market. Everything is in a massive bubble. It's called the asset bubble. You can look on the Great Depression. It's the exact same thing. Okay, it's a huge, massive asset bubble. Okay, and then what's it called? And basically, what's happening is if crypto goes up, people turn it into like cards or gold or whatever it is. When cards go up, they turn it into crypto, and they just keep switching assets, and they think they're making money, right? Like the problem is that people think that the country's wealth, their real wealth, okay, I'm not talking about money, their wealth is in how much currency they have, and that's not the case. You understand that that is not the case. Wealth is measured by how much we can produce as a country. You understand? How much a person can produce is his actual wealth. Okay, because I'll give you an example. Why do you think, for example, why is it that in Russia, right, when when socialism took over and they started doing the food stamps, right, and people started lining up. Why do you think that happened? Why is it that when you look at Venezuela or any of these things, why is there always food stamps? Why? Their money, so they have a lot of Venezuelan dollars. They have a lot of dinars, and like in right now in freaking Lebanon after the currency crashed, right? They have a lot of dinars, right? Why is it that they need to do this? It's because nobody's producing anything, right? So what happens is economically, the country has a balance of export and importation. Okay? If the country doesn't produce anything, right, it has no export, it has nothing to trade for these things. So all it can trade is currency. Now, if the currency starts inflating and these other countries they don't want to deal with this currency anymore, they start asking more money. You understand? So you can have a billion dinars, okay? If it doesn't buy you a single apple, it doesn't matter. You understand? Why? Because those other countries that are producing apples, they're not going to give you apples for 1 dinar. They're going to give it to you for a billion dinar because they know that there's a ton of dinars out there. You understand? This is the key aspect of inflation. This is what people don't understand. They're like so many of my friends, they ask me like, how does inflation actually like hurt people? It's because it makes it makes the country produce less because people start moving assets around. You understand? That's all they're doing. And what happens is the money keeps flowing, right, inside the country, but once it leaves, these other countries they don't want it anymore. The reason that the US has survived so long is because of 1944 Bretton Woods, right? When they pegged the oil onto the US dollar, that's the reason that it survived this long. But this is why I say in 2020 the Titanic hit. So, yeah. Just curious, how old are you, Omar? I'm 27, man. I'm 27 years old. Um, what do you think about buying land and land ownership rights? Well, okay, well, there's this. If your country has guns, okay, allows guns, then land ownership is great. If your country doesn't allow guns, then it doesn't matter, okay? Because look, if you look at, for example, Romania, right? When they went through the economic collapse, aka hyperinflation, what did the government do? They started confiscating the gardens from people because they started wanting to feed people, right? They're like, oh, we have to feed, so we have more right to steal from you now, right? So if you don't have guns, you're not going to be able to defend yourself against the military dogs. You understand that? So that's the key, that's the key aspect of the land ownership. If you can't defend it, it's not your land, right? If you can't defend it, they're just gonna take it from you. If and you defend it until you die, and then after you die, it's okay. Like they can have it. You're out of this. You're out of this hellhole. You understand? Like this place that we live in, right? It's just a 3D reality. One, like if you leave people, the reason people get enslaved is because they fear death. That's the main issue. They fear death. Once you don't fear death, that's it. Nobody can control you. It's why is it that they can't control trees to produce more trees, to produce more fruit, or a chicken to lay an egg, right? Because they're not scared. They're not scared. You can't scare it into laying more eggs. You can't scare a tree into producing more fruits. But they can't scare you to give up your land. They can't scare you to give up your money, to your gold, whatever it is. You understand? So this is what I mean by if you don't fear death, nobody can control you. And with that comes the the duty to defend yourself, right? Duty is, it doesn't mean you go kill yourself. I'm saying your job is to defend yourself, but at the same time you defend it to a point where you can't anymore, and you just, you die, and you that's it. Like you expire. It's just a meat bag here, and then your spirit is gone, and it goes to wherever comes after. You understand? So that's the key aspect. This is why they have to kill the spiritual aspect in people, because you get them to cower down. You think that the 3D is the only thing that exists. You understand? Anybody who anybody who does not believe in the spirit realm, okay, should go take a huge hit of DMT, okay, and see what's on the other side, because that's the only way you're gonna be able to see. It's the only thing that will convince you that there's something other than what you think there is. That's that's what I have to say about that. So land ownership only matters if you can defend it. If you don't have guns, forget about it. Land ownership is not going to help you, honestly. Is it better to start investing your savings now instead of waiting for the crash, even though the prices are inflated? It depends what you're investing in, right? Like if you have extra food storage, if you have extra coats, boots, like all these things that you need to survive, right? There's nothing wrong with indulging in extra spending and capitalizing on the bubble per se, right? I made money off of the bubble, but I also took precautions. So that's why I would recommend to anybody, right? Like you have to have a balance. You can't just go, we're gonna go into, like I said before, we're gonna go into like World War III, and we're gonna be hunting to live. I don't have that mindset, but I also don't have the mindset of the government will take care of everything. I'm okay with no frills, always having food. No, I don't think that that's existing. It's not real. It's not natural. High tides raises all boats. Yes, it does. I completely agree. I know Syria people are starting to use the USD, and the Assad regime is pissed about it. Yeah, go look at. I shared a video of an Arab brother. He just talks about the he just talks about the he just talks about uh, what happened in 2019 when the Lebanon dinar crashed. Okay, it's incredible. The interview, in my opinion, was fantastic, and I just want to give you guys the last snippet of what he said. Okay, this is a happy-go-lucky guy. In my opinion, I think he's okay in terms of intelligence and brightness, but he definitely has enough experience to compensate for the lack of whatever I think he has, like that, in terms of intelligence. So I'm gonna show you guys what the clip it is. All right, take a look at this. Okay, this is what he says. I'm just gonna play the sound.
We were being told one day before the collapse by the governor of the bank that, and it's on record, that everything is okay. That's one thing you guys need not to, don't trust your government. Do your own analysis. We were being told we had electoral campaigns that literally say the lira is safe. Only 2 years before the collapse, we have electoral campaigns based on the idea that our lira is safe and like literally it said the Lebanese lira is safe and everyone else around us is collapsing. That was a slogan of an electoral campaign 2 years before the collapse. 1 week before the collapse, the governor, I'm not talking about a tiny analyst, the government of the central bank was literally telling people, don't worry, your money is all good, the economy is better than ever, keep investing in Lebanon. It's on record. Like, are you going to tell me the governor didn't know? Hell no. Are you going to tell me that the prime ministers didn't know? Hell no. Everyone knew what's going on. They were blatantly lying. Very, very and a lot of people, point, including myself, bought that because people enjoy good news. People want to hear good news, right? Very important point that you touched upon that, and then that's why I tried to make an introduction of Lebanon, where it is, how big it is, and how beautiful a country is, and with the skyscrapers and the wealth that was there. It's not very educated off country somewhere that is just always was like that. So this can happen to anyone at any time. Literally anyone. Really.
Like this guy is in shock, okay? Because like he said, like you will not know. It will come and slap you in the face, and you will not know it happened. You understand? Like that's the thing. Um, and this is from his experience. Like it's not even what's it called? It's not even like I'm not saying it. He is saying it. He's the one that literally lived through it. He said literally the day before he was telling people that everything's okay. The day before the thing crashed. Also, it's called lira by accident. I called it dinar. I don't know why, but yeah. Thank you for the advice. I said no problem, man. It's just my perspective. In Canada, land ownership is funny because if you think about it, the government doesn't have the right to sell it. It's all owned by the queen. Brother. All right, I'm just gonna drop it right here, no problem. I said it before on my other IG lives. Brother, the queen owns pretty much everything. Everything, including the United States, including Canada, including its people. Okay? Its people, it owns it. You understand that thing that you signed called the birth certificate, okay? That SIN number that you have in Canada, okay? That SIN number is literally your corporation. It owns you. You understand? The land that we live in, okay? The law that we use, okay? I explained this before. Law, okay, is land, air, water, okay? The law of the land is common law or the natural law. Basically, you don't do any harm. Okay, that's what the law is. You don't do any trespass, you don't aggress, and you don't assault. Okay, or hurt somebody. Uh, that's the whole basic land of the law. All right. What we live in today, okay, or the matrix per se, is the water, the law of water. Okay, and you can actually go ask any lawyer, okay? They will tell you, ask them, what law do you study? They'll tell you, maritime admiralty law, okay? We live in the land of water, okay? This is why One Piece is made for pirates, you understand? But anyway, uh, we operate under the land of water, the law of water, okay? It's why, for example, the money system that we use is what? Currency, current, right? Like current, right? Where does the current run? By the river bank, right? When you sell stuff into money, what do you get? You liquidate, right? You turn it into water. You understand? It's why countries have pirate ships flags. Like they have flags, right? It's like a pirate ship. When you get into a country, what do you have? You get a citizenship. You understand? Like you become a part of the system of water. When your parents signed your birth certificate, you are owned by the queen. You understand? You are just you're a corporation, just like Canada. Go look up Canada right now. You will see that Canada is incorporated. USA is incorporated. You understand? It's incorporated. It's literally a company, and you are owned by that company. You understand? So like don't like this whole world that's around you is, I mean, I shouldn't be, I don't know if I should be even saying this shit here, but this whole like contrived world that you live in is it's not the real world. You understand? It's literally something fabricated so that they can get away with what they do. You ever ask yourself, how is it that they don't have any karma for the taxation and the theft and the robbery that they do? How do they get away with that? Because they don't operate under the law of the land or the law of men. They operate under the law of water, aka merchant's law. You understand? It's called lex mercatoria, and look it up in Latin. Lex mercatoria. It's a law of merchants. It's law of people at sea. You understand? So the world that we live in today, or the laws that we operate. That's why when they went and colonized, they didn't colonize anything. All they did was they set up the law of water. You understand? Which is basically the government is selling you something, and you need to say yes to it. This is why you'll never see them barge on the doors and force injecting people or whatever it is. They'll never do that. You know why? Because when they can only work through offer and acceptance basis. It's like buying and selling. You understand? It's not by force. It can't be by force. It has to be, you know, oh, here's the donut, or here's $100, or whatever it is. Take this or take that, or do this or do that. You understand? So this is the main issue of people think that the law that we live in today is here to protect them. It's not. It's here to protect the corporation. That's what it's for. It's to protect the corporation. Okay? You yourself, you like me myself. Like my parents signed my birth certificate. Okay? My name, when you look it up, it's OMAR in capitals. Okay, you know what a capital is? That's a corporation. That's why when I show you strictly sealed incorporated, everything is written in capitals. When you look at your driver's license, everything is written in capitals. When you go sign any federal documents, what do they say? Please print in capitals. You understand? Because they understand that you're a corporation. You don't understand that, but it doesn't mean that it's not real. You understand? So, yeah. So all of it is the land is not owned by the queen. The land is making claim of it, and then the military dogs are the ones who are doing it. You understand? They're the ones who kind of get in the way of get in the way of. They're the ones who enforce it, but the queen doesn't own anything. The queen can say that she owns. Okay, it's just if the people uh, enforce this, then it comes into reality. But if people say no, I say no. You understand? But most people, they don't know where the hell they're from. They don't know what the hell they are. You understand? They don't even know that they're not even human beings anymore. Those people, they don't see you. The queen doesn't see you as a human being. You understand? Like they don't see you as that. It's just they what it's like uh, a common term that they use for people who are not, they don't know, they're called the profane. You understand? Like you don't deserve to know. You understand? You're not on our level. But yeah, anyway, I shouldn't have said any of this, but whatever. I kind of uh I don't know, something came over me, I guess. But yeah, that's the it's not a good sign if the governor of the central bank needs to make a statement such as that. Exactly. There is a registered company that is named BRD GmbH, Federal Republic of Germany. Yeah, hold on. How can I show you right now? Let me show you. I came for Yu-Gi-Oh. I stayed for history. You should be a public speaker. No, I'm not. The problem is that people think that the problem is that when people attach the ideas that I share to myself, These are not mine. You know, like the Bible in book of Ecclesiastes, it says something. It says, there is nothing new under the sun. All of this, this whole LAW, okay, this whole system was pulled off in Babylon, it was done in Rome, and it was done here. It's nothing new. These people just recycle it, and then society collapses, and then they recycle it, and all the somebody who understands, anybody who understands is kind of just there to stand by and watch as the world collapses. You understand? Like this is the thing. Like uh, it's a much bigger than it's much bigger than yeah. Much bigger than countries. Is this true for every country? Is there no safe haven? No, every single country is corporatized. Every single country is you're corporatized yourself. I mean, you can't do anything about it. Your parents signed you over, and the only thing you can do is basically try to step out of the system. But most people can't handle that kind of life. Most people can't handle that. But let me just show you guys real quick, just so you can see. Uh, I forgot what the code was. It was if you go if you guys have to go look at Cornell. Like if you guys don't know the law university, go look at Cornell's. Message me after, and I'll send you the exact clause, and you will see what I'm talking about. Like you will see exactly what I'm talking about when it says the that the United States was incorporated, I believe, in 1876 or maybe 1867, something like that. It became incorporated. I don't remember the exact year or the clause, but message me later, and I will find it for you guys. I don't have a problem like looking it up for you guys. But yeah, every single, I think Canada was 1930. Every single country, basically the whole NWO began after the United States instilled the central bank. Like it was that's basically when it began. 1913. Right after that, World War One started, which is basically the passport system that they will never. At that point, you could never convince a people to have passports without extremely dramatically shocking them to the point where they're not able to think clearly anymore, and they had to pull off World War One for that. You understand? That's why it happened. It was not just people randomly come together and and they just start fighting. No, it's not. You understand? Like it was contrived, it was not organic. And they used World War One to create the passport system so that they understand that the cattle and the sheep, like me and you and everybody else who's watching this, most likely, uh, all of us, we what's it called? We don't leave our fences without them knowing about it. You understand? And then World War Two, you institute something called income tax because the American people were definitely not going to give up their income tax unless they were shocked. You understand? And put under a state of like mental instability via fear. You understand? And that's what they did World War Two for that. You get number one, the Bretton Woods experience, which is basically every single dollar is pegged to the petro system, right? Like you cannot sell petrol without using the US dollar, right? And then if you do, you get war against you basically. Also the Antarctica agreement, which is nobody's allowed to go into Antarctica. And then and then the fourth one is to instate income tax because income tax did not exist. You can look it up. I'm not making shit up. You can look it up. See, was there income tax in the United States before 1939, I think, or 1938? Go look it up. You will not see it. They convinced people. They said that this is a temporary measure just to fund the war against Hitler. You understand? And then they convinced the people. People ate it up like idiots. And then what's it called? And then you and now you have what you have today. You understand? Corporate tax, uh, income tax, whatever tax you want, they have it. They have that for it. And then the last what's it called? And then you have 1971 with Nixon taking us off the gold standard, which is basically the last leg for this society to stand up. And now you have what you have to and now you have like uh, the the cerveza sickness happening in order to create some other policies. But anyway, power creep by fear. Exactly, power creep by fear. That's exactly what it is. Ali was like, I'd like to apologize about antagonizing on IG. I would like to get unblocked so I can enjoy our common hobby and your content without a burner account. Safe shit. No worries, man. I'll unblock you. I would like to actually address this. Ali, are you still in the chat? I would like to address this because you made some claims about me censoring you, and I would like to show you the inconsistencies and the fallacies of the argument that you made about me censoring you. So if you're interested in hearing my opinion on that, I can answer you right now. Because people told me like they they screenshotted your shit and they sent it to me. Do you still watch play Yu-Gi-Oh these days? No, I don't. I just collect, man. I have heard a great quote that I often say to myself: "There is nothing required. It's just a choice right now between fear and love." That's what it is. When you put a human being into fear, into a state of shock or fear, okay, you um they they just aren't able to think properly. They're not able to think straight and analyze what's actually happening around them. You understand? They get put into a state of I fear death, I fear this, I fear getting sick, I fear getting gunned down, I fear the boogeyman, the Arabs, the Afghans, the Chinese, whatever it is that they try to kind of put in front of you, the Russians, and people kind of lose their mental stability. You understand? And 9/11 was the biggest uh, event to kind of destabilize the American people because I mean, with the internet, with the power of the internet, like because the internet changed everything, right? Like people started digging into, the freaking Abraham Lincoln. They started digging into JFK murders. Everybody started like really digging. And if you're not on the deep web, you have no idea what's happening. But you, like really, uh, the information that you are exposed to is maybe 5% of what is happening. You understand? It's literally 5%. Um, anyway, Ali Halak said, "Yeah, I'm here. I can listen." All right. So, I believe you claimed that I censored you, even though I believe in freedom, because I blocked you. All right. So, number one, okay, uh, I did not censor you. Censoring you would be cutting you off from being able to speak. You understand? What I did was when I blocked, I I I I took liberty to my own hands and I walked away. You understand? I am not forced to listen to you or listen to your posts or have to even kind of address you. You understand? I'm not forced to do that. It's just like in real life. If I'm talking to you, right, and you're constantly talking to me, and I don't want to kind of listen anymore, right? In a way I am not censoring you in this because I'm walking away, right? I'm not telling you to stop speaking. You can speak what you want. I never once said, uh, you know, uh, don't post whatever you want. I said leave my name out of it, but again, I never forced you by kind of coercion, if that makes sense. I never put a gun to your head and said leave my name out of it. I know that you have the right to say what you want, and you said what you want. You even tagged me multiple times. I didn't get them because obviously I didn't see it, but somebody sent them to me and I saw that you were tagging me, right? But at the end of the day, I didn't really censor you because I didn't stop you from speaking. I stopped myself from listening. Do you understand? And that's the only liberty I have. Like when it comes to something, me and you having a disagreement about something, the only thing I can do is walk away, right? And me blocking you is kind of my way of walking away and not having you follow me, if that makes sense. So I don't say this with any disrespect. I'm truly trying to show you kind of where I am not actually censoring you. If I was to censor you, I would tell you don't speak. You understand? Or don't talk, or don't post, or don't do whatever. You understand? You have the right to speak, and you can say what you want. You can tag me. You can try to tag me if you want. You can try to address me if you want. But but for me, I do not believe that I censored you because, frankly, all I did was control my own actions. I didn't control you, right? Like censorship is an action that I take against you, is something that I force you to do. You understand? It's something that I force you to do. It's not something that I force myself to do, right? So what I did was exercising my liberty of not having to listen to you. I didn't stop you from speaking. And this is the only way you can actually resolve it, because think about it. If we're face to face and you want to say something to me and I don't want to listen anymore and I just walk away, am I censoring you in this way? I'm not. I'm blocking myself from being able to see or hear you. Hopefully that kind of makes sense kind of philosophically here, like, because again, if we want to make a theory, like if we want to have kind of a theory or a statement about what is happening, right? Like if we're trying to analyze if I'm actually truly censoring you, then we have to basically bring it, analyze it, like bring an analogy to it and put it in another context and try to see, am I truly censoring if I walk away? I don't think I am, to be honest with you. So that's kind of my take on that. I don't believe I censored you. I don't agree with your sentiments. I don't agree with I need like a lot of the stuff that you post. And I honestly, I'm not required to watch it, right? And if it pops up in the reason I blocked you is because it popped up on my search. That's the main reason. Like it's not like I randomly just block. No, it popped up on my search. I was like, no, I don't want to see this anymore. I blocked you. I blocked multiple things. Like for example, this one dude that dances very obnoxiously. It's very annoying. I blocked him because I don't want to see his posts. It was not because I want to censor him. He can still post. He can still dance. He can do whatever he wants. I just don't want to see it. So I'm exercising my right to not listen, and hopefully, kind of that breaks it down for you. Like, there's no way to resolve kind of a conflict here where you want to tell me something and I don't want to listen anymore. You understand? And there's no way to kind of resolve this without losing some sort of liberty if I try to force you to do something, to stop talking. You understand? I'm not going to make you lose your liberty. You have the right to that. It's just the way that I solve it is by walking away. So hopefully that makes sense. Um, because there's nothing wrong with me, it is the strongest force in the universe, IMO. Exactly. There's nothing wrong with exactly. Yeah, it is the strongest force. You will be surprised what you can accomplish when you put away fear and truly look towards actually loving mankind around you. You understand? Like truly doing the work to see what it means that you love people around you. You understand? This is what it means. Like because you're not going to be able to reach the level of love per se, okay, for people and liberty and freedom, okay, without doing actual work, because you have to truly investigate it to see if it's actually the truth. And the problem is they dumb people down and they made them so lazy that if it's not accessible to them, and the government will never make it accessible to you, you know why? Because it depowers them. You understand? They will never do. There's just it's just like imagine them as a company. They are a corporation, by the way. The government of Canada is a corporation. But imagine as a real company trying to sell you product of something that is completely the opposite of of uh like of like their services. Imagine that. They would never do that. You understand? So you have to dig yourself and truly try to discover if this is the truth or not. You understand? So hopefully that makes sense. Um, I totally agree with you. Is it Vladislav? I don't know. I tried to do it as best as I can. Is the market Yu-Gi-Oh market going to keep dropping? I believe it is. Yes. Favorite Sino dragons? Black Rose Dragon. Are you bullish on Ghost Rare Sino dragons in the long term? Do you think that they are already overpriced? I think they are. I am bullish on them. I think they are great. I do not think they will outperform uh, Ultimates or first edition Ultra Rares. Ali said, I get your perspective. I was for sure obnoxious. My take on blocking is this: it felt like I was censored from access to Yu Gi Oh content as punishment over politics. But anyway, I was drama. Yeah, I mean, I, again, I, yeah, I don't know what to say, man. Like, I exercise my, it's sort of like this, okay? It's sort of like this. Let's allegorize it, okay? I have a show in my front yard, okay? And I don't know, somebody keeps coming and he keeps screaming, okay? The way to fix it is I can either stop him from screaming or I can build a wall so that he doesn't see into my backyard. Now, yes, he misses out on seeing what he comes into my what is in my backyard, but unfortunately that's the only solution I can do without taking your rights away. You understand? It's kind of my way of um solving the issue. So hopefully like kind of that makes sense. Um, Also, I know that IG and Facebook waive our rights and freedoms from thought on the first place. So much right wing content gets blocked unfairly, as is you know. I don't know because I don't follow right wing product content, but I do believe that there is a mass amount of censorship, and it is immoral, not because not because like people have the right to say whatever they want on the platform. If Facebook wants to do this, that's fine. They can do this. Like it's their right. It's their property. They have the right to do it. But at the same time, you shouldn't be going preaching that you're that you're a news form or a publication site. Okay, this is the problem. Like they get tax benefits because they're saying that they're providing the Americans and the Canadians a service, right? A publication service, but at the same time they pick and choose what they're publishing. So don't advertise yourself as a publishing company and pretend that you are when you're not. You're clearly steered in a certain direction. You understand? I don't have a problem with you steering in a direction, but don't pretend that you're not. Don't do that. That's what I'm saying. And that's about right pronunciation. I appreciate it, man. How do I live a fearless life? You accept responsibility for yourself, man. You know, the thing is that, you know what I learned? In life, I learned that when you blame yourself for 150% of the things that happen to you, okay, you empower yourself. People are always like, oh, it's not your fault, it's not your fault. If you truly live a mindset of of you know really uh, blaming everything on yourself, literally everything, okay, even the things that are out of your control, you empower yourself. You know why? Because you give yourself the power to change it. If you blame other people for this, like if I blamed my parents on me dropping out, if I blame my parents on me accumulating debt, if I'm giving the power to them. You understand that? Like I'm giving them the power to change what is happening in my life. And why would you want to do that? Why would you ever want to do that? Give the power to yourself. Okay? Like for example, you get robbed, all right? You can't blame the guy. He robbed me. He's a bad person. I don't disagree with that. Okay? But how does that change your life? How do you learn from that? If you empower yourself, you blame yourself for getting robbed, what could I do to change this? All of a sudden, this problem that happened in your life suddenly becomes something you learn from. Why? Because you don't blame people. You don't blame others for what's happening to you. Does that make sense? And hopefully that's kind of you always try to empower yourself, and you try to do that by what? Making sure that you control everything that happens in your life. And that's exactly sort of along the lines of what Neutral said, which is accept responsibility. You accept responsibility for yourself, aka you accept responsibility for everything that happens to you. When the government comes into your house and shoots with guns, you can defend yourself with a Captain America shield. Yeah, man. Honestly, you should watch the film The Winter Soldier. It's extremely revelatory. Number one, it shows you what true freedom is. Number two, it shows you what there's this scene where Captain America and Black Widow are in this computer room, okay? And the guy, he says some things, okay? Now the stuff that he says is absolute truth. Those are what you call truth bombs that they drop in videos. You understand? It's they do this in film where they drop a little bit of truth into the film, and you should watch that because every single thing that he said, Operation Paperclip, Operation, all of these things, 100% documented facts that you can look up. You understand? But Winter Soldier, man, that film, this the shield is from that film. That film was absolutely mind blowing. This was the first film that I saw where I was like, that's fucking badass. Like this is a badass man. I saw Captain America. This dude is a badass. What I I watched that wedding movie you put on your story the other day. Wedding movie? Oh yeah. You saw that, eh? That shit is terrifying. That shit is what happens when you have a collapse and you're not armed. What do you do as a day job? I just do Yu-Gi-Oh, man. Mostly I just do reading. I just do philosophy. I'm hoping to one day um it's called New Order. I definitely recommend if you truly want a taste of societal collapse without any type of without any type of kind of fluff, okay? Go watch that film. It's called The New Order or New Order. It's a Spanish film. Okay, check it out. It's extremely dark. Like there's a lot of dark shit that happens in that film. But also not only that, it shows you how it shows you the truth about the military. um, yeah. So is it more lucrative than your day job? No, my day job is Yu-Gi-Oh, and I really like it. I'm hoping to one day be able to transfer into something that allows me to live and work without having to pay taxes. What does that mean? That means even if I have to take a huge pay cut, if I'm able to create a living for myself via donations, because donations you don't have to pay tax on. If I'm able to create a living through donations alone, um, I would be by the way, that's the only way that you can get out of the corporate world. By the way, if you want to get out of the corporate world, you cannot do commerce, okay? Because commerce is merchant's law. You understand? That's why they do everything as offer and as acceptance, right? Like, but anyway, sorry, yeah, that's kind of my dream job. My dream job is to take a massive pay cut. I'm okay taking a huge pay cut. Like, give me 30K a year. If it doesn't make it, if I don't pay taxes, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that because I don't want to feed these guys in government anything, not 1 cent of my labor. But unfortunately, right now I am not in that kind of position because I do not provide enough value as a speaker, where it's like the market has not accepted me to provide enough value yet, and maybe that means I have to increase my value, and that's why I keep reading. It's cool. that you collect art books. Hope you make more videos on them. I love art books. I love them too, man. I truly love art books. I think that they're incredibly fascinating. Just seeing the process of how somebody is able to bring something to life that I cannot possibly do myself. Where is that wedding video on IG? No, it's just a film. It's called New Order. Okay. Yeah, it's on Netflix. It's a Spanish film. It's subtitled. It's quite dark. So if you, I would not watch that with kids at all. Absolutely not. Even my wife was kind of petrified after she watched it. So it's definitely not for the faint of heart. If you want to see kind of like really what happens. And Vladislav, no, Vladislav said, "Is it Captain America: The Winter Soldier?" Yes, it is. It's Captain America: The Winter Soldier. I think that's the best Marvel film ever made in terms of just quality. Is incredible, absolutely incredible, man. I still remember the day I saw that in theater. Would you be capable of making a YouTube video called "A Yu-Gi-Oh Millionaire"? I think that would attract a lot of attention. Um, I think it would attract the wrong kind of attention. That's not what I'm doing Yu-Gi-Oh for. I make my living through Yu-Gi-Oh, but I'm not. I don't have the same passion for talking about Yu-Gi-Oh like I do the other stuff. It's just the way that I make a living right now. I'm hoping to kind of advance myself to a point where I'm able to discuss day-to-day topics and give my perspective on them so that I can make a living through that. Even if it's a little bit of money, I think I'm okay. I'll be happy with that. It's very a poor lifestyle. Donation is definitely a poor lifestyle, but it's what the system forces you to do. And this is what I mean by the system. People don't know that the system actually exists. Most people don't know. It's maybe like I would say 1%. 1% of the people know. Most people live in the matrix, they have no idea. Is it called the order? No, it's called New Order. New, like NEW, order. I'm with you till the end of the line. Exactly, yeah. As you know, the world is moving towards a time of entropy. How likely is a major war to happen in regards to the rising tension with China, Iran, and so? Well, um, to be honest with you, again, like, okay, I'm gonna give you an analogy of how I live, okay, and you're gonna see kind of my state of mind and why I'm not able to answer something like this, okay? Imagine the whole world is on a boat, okay? And the boat is moving, okay? And any type of cerveza sickness, war, any type of propaganda is sort of like the ship shaking, okay? And the people on top in it are scared. Now I'm on this boat as well, but the difference is that at some point in my life, I kind of got pushed off the boat, okay? But the thing is that my flesh body is still on it, but kind of my spirit is out of out of my body. And now I kind of just watch the boat shake. You understand? I kind of watch the boat shake. I watch the people react in it, but I don't really have any type of reaction because I know that somebody's controlling the waves. Somebody's controlling the shaking. You understand? And it might be kind of it's hard to kind of illustrate in this type of reality, if that makes sense. Like the you if you I don't know how to explain it, but for me, when I see these types of things, the best way I can describe it is, you see when uh, Neo in the Matrix, he looks over and he's suddenly able to read the code. it's sort of like that with me. You understand? I don't really see a lot of the things that happen in our world as organic. The only thing that is organic is the thing that I see with my own eyes. You understand? So anything on the news is shown to me on purpose. Everything on TV is shown to me on purpose. That's how I see it. Everything is contrived. Nothing is organic. So uh, to me, it's very difficult for me to tell you like uh, how likely a major war will happen between rising tensions with China, Iran, and so I to me it just looks like a play happening, right? I think the people behind China and the United States are the same people. Hopefully that kind of makes sense to what I'm saying. Um, I don't believe anything is organically happening. I don't think the tension is organically rising. I think that the dollar is about to crash. China is the next big power, and the United States, at least the lower level people, aka like the president or like those types of people, or like the peasants like us. Those people are worried about what China is doing, but I do not see the world from that way. I see it from way above higher. You understand? I see it from as if my spirit is off the boat and I just see the thing happening. And it's very difficult to describe, but I'm kind of desensitized to anything, any fear that you try to pump into me. You understand? Any fear that happens because the boat shakes, um I'm kind of like desensitized. I'm not scared. Whatever, if it happens, it happens. You know, if I die, I die. You understand? So that's kind of, it's very difficult to describe. I don't know how I or at what point I got to this point. Honestly, like, because I started on my journey of discovering truth, or what I believe is the truth, my bias of the truth, um in 2015, 2016. So I don't remember exactly when this point hit me, but um, I guess maybe I could say when I learned about law, or like the small parts of the law, um, what's it called? That was kind of like, that was a huge eye opener for me. I kind of realized that money is fake. Politicians are fake. Literally everything is freaking fake. Like nothing is real. The money that I'm working for, somebody can make on a whim. It's not real. It's just not real. And that's kind of how I started stepping out from that boat, if that makes sense. And I'm kind of not as affected by it. So I really don't know. I don't know what will happen with rising tensions with China and Iran, if that makes sense. I do not believe that they will put us back into a war. I think people are too dumbed down. I mean, who knows, man? Who knows, man? Like, if they want to start conscription, which is the ultimate form of slavery, by the way, which is basically if you don't do what we say, literally with your body, if you don't do what we say, uh, you're get killed or put in jail, which is conscription. Um, the ultimate form of slavery. I mean, I think we're enslaved right now, but conscription is basically they literally own your meat sack as well. They don't just own you. I mean, they own it right now with like the jab, but you know what I mean? Like conscription, that's a whole different. Maybe they might do it. I don't know. I will not do it. I'll die before I do that. So I'm not gonna shoot anybody that I don't know. I need to know exactly what this person is doing to me, and I need to see him doing it before I shoot him. And I'm not against shooting people. I'm all for being armed and being thing, but I will not shoot somebody on behalf of somebody. Fuck that. You can take me out. I'm good. I'll see you in the next life. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. That's perfect way to put it. Yeah. It's just what you're allowed to see. What's on the news is what you're allowed to see. You understand? Like that when they give you that inflation rate is 2%, that's only what you're allowed to know. You understand? Strictly sealed, not against shooting bad people. Well, I'm against shooting you labeling people as bad people. That's what I'm against. It doesn't matter to me what the government's opinion is. It doesn't matter to me what your opinion is of China or the Middle East or whatever. I don't really care about your opinion or the government's opinion or any of them. You understand? Like it doesn't matter to me. I need to see them doing something bad, and I will literally be the first person to pull the trigger. But as long as I don't see it, I'm not interested. You understand? And I will not. I will not. I will not take up arms against people I don't know. I will not do that. That's just not the person I am. Because at the end of the day, they can show you. They can tell. Like they. I don't want to get into this. I don't want to get into the 9/11. But yeah. Anyway, guys. Damn, it's been a while. What would you say are your three favorite shows? Attack on Titan. I think Attack on Titan. Because I read the books. I finished the books. A lot of people have a problem with how Attack on Titan ended. I think the last chapter is meh, but Aaron's action, 100% for them. I'm 100% for them. There's some things that are a little bit different, but that are kind of like controversial, but I'm 100% for them. Attack on Titan. Um, I really like the freedom aspect of One Piece, right? Like the will of D, the will of defiance, right? I really like the aspect of Luffy, right? What does he say when they ask him, "Are you able to control the sea?" What does he say? He says, "I am not here to control the sea. It's just that King of the Pirates is the freest man on the sea." You understand? It's not about control. Nothing is about control. And then the third one is in terms of animes. In terms of real life TV shows, man, I don't know, man. I don't watch TV shows that much anymore. They're too long. Freaking an hour. Uh, I don't know what my favorite TV show is. Trying to look back. I guess Full Metal Alchemist. I really liked Full Metal Alchemist. You see how in Full Metal Alchemist, how they treat the state military. That's how you should be treated. If it exists, that's how they should be treated, not glorified. Go look at Full Metal Alchemist and how they treat the state and everything around it. You understand why? Because those people are real alchemists. They understand what alchemy is even about. You understand? It's not. It has nothing to do with turning lead into gold in the real world. You understand? It has nothing to do with that. It's all about the occult, the hidden aspects of the world, right? Like, um, in alchemy, for example, or in ancient alchemy, right? Uh, uh, the legend is that they try to turn lead into gold, but it's always metaphorical. Like everything in the ancient legends is always metaphorical. When they're talking about lead, they're talking about the lowest level of a person's soul, right? Like the lowest level, okay, without the third eye being open, is what's it called? Is what lead is. Gold is the highest level. It's the purest metal, right? Why is it called a noble metal, right? Why is it called a noble metal? Because gold is able to say no, right? It's able to say no. Noble, knowable, knowable. You understand? Knowable, noble. That's what a noble is. That's what somebody who is noble. It's not a slave. It's somebody who's able to say no. No. Simple as that. Right? That's why gold is a noble metal. That's why you have noble gases because they don't react to other gases or other chemicals. They're noble. They're able to say no to them. Okay? So yeah, that's that's what I have to say about that. I already stated this one before, but yeah. Were you academically very smart in university? Example 4.0 GPA. Those are all great shows. No, I was not. I had first year university. I had like 1.2 or something. I My average was like 45%. I got kicked out, Second year, my average was 47%, got kicked out. Third year, my average was 56, but the cutoff was 60, so I got kicked out. And then when I graduated, my average was 78%, something around that. So that I got kicked out 3 times. All of them I had like below 50%. I was incredibly not smart. I was like the opposite of that. Man, those were rough years, man. Like I really felt like I was like a failure. Cause that's all I knew, man. All I knew was school, school, school. Because like that's how my parents are. And again, like it's not because of my parents' fault. It's because I did not explore anything. You understand? I didn't want to dive into anything. I didn't want to read anything. I didn't want to understand anything. You understand? That's the that's the problem. That was the problem with me back then. And that's what I had to change. Really, that was the biggest change I had in my life. I was like, you gotta learn. It's because I thought I knew everything. Why is it that after childhood, human beings most often the time either live in the past or in the future and not in the present? That's because that's how society kind of that's how society trains you, right? Like they train you to think into the future or just to reminisce, like be nostalgic about it. And it's because during those first 6 7 years, you know what I mean, like up to maybe I would say even up to 12 years old, right, before you become a teen, all right, those years, what are they called? What are they called? Like go look them go look at what the clinical term is. Formative years. You understand? It's how they format you. You understand? It's how your brain becomes programmed. So if you program it to be a piece of shit, you'll be become a piece of shit later on, unless you decide to reformat. You understand? If you program it to be like just look at the past all the time, it is not something organic. Human beings are not made like that. It's just this is what the indoctrination system, in my opinion, forces on the child. Right? It becomes an outcome based society. You understand? And that's how you become formatted. Okay, through your formative years or formative years, whatever you want to call it. So your brain, it becomes formatted to be this way, and people don't get out of it. Like they leave society today, right? Like people leave the schooling system, and they still think that it's still they're still in school. Like they really think that they're still in school. Like, bro, we're in the real world. Nobody protects you other than you. Nobody does anything for you other than you. They're like, oh, people deserve this and this. What? When do you deserve that? Who deserve? Nobody deserves anything. You earn what you get. Nobody deserves anything. This concept of everybody getting a ribbon, everybody excelling, everybody doing this, everybody getting this. It's all because of the schooling system. Look, go look at every single socialist, communist, fascist regime. Go look at every single one of them. What is the first thing the state takes over? What is the first thing? Go look at it. It's the schooling system. Never do they take anything else. It's always they take the schooling system. And they always do it through the same propaganda. What do? They say everybody deserves education. You want your child to not read, as if people didn't. I'm not a subscriber of the idea that people in the past were just idiots. Okay, they didn't know how to read anything. They didn't know how to write anything. I'm not a subscriber of that. Maybe 2,000 years ago, sure, but not right now. What's it called? Uh, like I it's ridiculous, man. Like it's ridiculous. They're like the government has to do this. No, they don't. No, they don't. You know why? Because the way they do it is by force. You want it done? Do it yourself. Do it yourself. Hire somebody yourself to do it, but don't force other people to hire something to be done onto them. It's unbelievable. Like, oh my goodness. Like that child mentality does not leave. It doesn't leave. All they do is just they apply it to the real world. This, I don't know. It's something that is, yeah. But I'm telling you, go look at it. Go look at what every Mao Zedong, Stalin, Mussolini, every single one of them. Go look at what was the first thing they took over when they colonized people. When they're talking about British colonialism, go look at what they did. They the first thing they did was add schools. Why? Because if you take care of the generation, it takes around 18 to 20 years, and you completely format the generation. You completely erase their minds to think that they can do things on their own. Go look it up. It's not just my opinion. The things they take is education, medicine, and the banks, because these are the three things that people rely on the most, and they end up going to shit after that. These are the three things that the state always goes after, because if they can monopolize these, it's over. They have total control. People are at their whim, and people are not willing to make the sacrifices needed to escape that system. Because look, a lot of people say, okay, if you just remove the healthcare system right now, then people are going to die. People have to die. You know why? Because the government stole their lives from the past. You understand? The stealing that they did in the past has to be done now. Like, has to be repaid for now. If you want to get out of the karma of what they did in the past, you have to pay for it now, or you pass it on to your kids. And that's what we've been doing. That's honestly what we've been doing the whole time. We just pass it on to the next generation. The two generations before us, you can have family of 50. My grandfather had 12 children. Tell me which person right now dreams of having 12 children? Bro, we can't even have one. One is too much. We're gonna go broke. You understand? The generation before us, they were given, I told you, that devil's deal, which is basically hand over the bank to us, we will give you a free home. The next generation, right, like my parents' generation, they can have 4, 5, 6 kids. That's my parents had 4, which is a little bit above the norm. Now, look at how much poorer we are. The amount of kids that you can have is a very good determinant of how wealthy your civilization is. You understand? And the fact that we can't even have one child before 30, or 2 children before 30, while our parents had my grandfather was freaking 19 when he had his first child, and he had children all the way up to 30. He spent his whole life with them. Right now we spend 18 years, and then we go into another indoctrination camp, 4 years. In another 10 years, we're going to need another 4 years on top of that. Master's and PhD is going to be a must, just like how it is right now. Bachelor's is a must. Okay, so you're going to spend another 4 years in there. Okay, when do you expect to get out and actually live your life? You see how it kind of hampers the mind of the person, where it's like, there's no exploration. I'm here to do what I'm told to do. I'm here to do what I'm supposed to do, which is go to school for 18 years of my life, and then another 4, and then another 4. Imagine that, a quarter of your life, and literally the most the most important time is spent in school. The most important time. Ask anybody who's after 30. They tell you what? They tell you, I'm too tired. I can't learn anymore. Like, I'm literally too tired. I can't pay attention anymore. Those 30 years that you have, literally 26 of them are spent in school. And the state is trying to take the kids even earlier. They put, first it was grade 1. Now there's kindergarten, freaking senior kindergarten, preschool. Now they do daycares from freaking 2-year-olds. Is this your child, or is it the state's child? I don't know, man. Like, if people don't realize what's going on, like, you have to be absolutely so numb to not realize what is happening in the macro, not in the micro. In the micro, it's hard to see, like, because it's like you're focusing on day-to-day events. But in the macro, look at the last generation versus this generation versus the next generation. We cannot even buy homes now. Why do you think that is? We can't buy homes. I mean, I would consider myself an above average intellectual person. I think I have the capabilities of above higher than the average person. So I was able to kind of squeak by. But somebody else, most people in our generation, like in the bell curve, can't buy a house. They can't even buy a condo. You understand? Like, this is what I'm talking about. We are literally degrading as a society. And there's no way around this without paying for what our parents did. Like, I have an unbelievable amount of vitriol and anger towards the generation before us. Like, unbelievable. Like, nobody has the same amount of anger that I have, because like the fire that burns in my heart for freedom and being able to exercise my rights is harder than anybody else. Like, you will not meet somebody like me. You will not meet somebody like me. I have talked to hundreds of people. Nobody has what I have. You understand? I don't expect everybody to have what I have. I really don't. But the amount of anger that I have towards the people before us, like the people who handed over the passports to the passport system, I cannot. I am unbelievably angry with them. Okay, like I laugh it off because unfortunately it's sad and it's pathetic, to be honest with you. But I can't. What am I supposed to say, man? Leonardo DiCaprio got on the Titanic with literally the ticket that he won from gambling. You understand? He got on the Titanic and he went to the United States. They didn't ask him for passports. They didn't ask him for anything. Nothing. He got on. Imagine that type of power and freedom that these people had back then. And they gave that up. Imagine that. Imagine the kind of power that they held in their hands, that they can go explore whatever they want. Imagine that. And they just handed that over because of what? One terrorist? Bro, this is what I'm saying. For you to truly know what I'm talking about, okay? You have to be not only sacrifice your health, okay? You have to be ready to die for this, okay? And not just you have to be ready to die. Everybody, if you are put on a state where it's like everybody goes to slavery or everybody dies, good riddance. I'm okay dying with them. This is the kind of healthy respect for freedom that you have to have in order to truly overcome these control freaks. Like, that's the type of thing that you have to have, honestly, because um, there is nothing like what is the saying, right? Liberty, life, property. It's not property, life, liberty. It's not life, liberty, property. Okay? No, it's liberty, life, property. All of these can go before liberty goes. You understand? This is the what I'm talking about. And this is the type of thing that people do not understand, and unfortunately they will suffer the consequences for it, because it is the immoral way to live life. Honestly, like, you are put on this earth to to you are given all of these freedoms that is a birthright from the one who made you, the creator, or whatever God, the universe, whatever you want to call him. He gave you this birthright, and you hand it over to somebody else. You hand it over to somebody else. Unbelievable. Like, it's unbelievable how for what? Money? You hand it over for money? What? Unbelievable. Like it's pieces of paper. Lewin FPS said, "Isn't the reason we can't buy homes because of the rising wealth inequality, with the top 20% of people accounting for 80% of the world's wealth in comparison to previous generations?" Well, I have to ask you that. Why is that? Why is it that they have this much wealth? It's because when they print the money, where do you think the money goes to first? When the Federal Reserve issues its notes, or when the Central Bank of Canada issues its notes, where do you think it goes? It goes into their pockets first, and then it gets distributed into the economy. Your labor gets stolen from you. You understand? Like, if you worked for $20 an hour, okay? $20 an hour, and I printed behind the scenes without you knowing, or actually you knowing and you ignoring it, um, and me printing 2%, I just robbed you of 2% because you're going to be working 2% less for less stuff. You understand? So when you say this thing, you have to understand, why is this happening? Because we gave up the power to control the money. We gave it to the state. You understand? You want to ask yourself why we have such a health crisis? Because we gave up the power from billions of people and we gave it to the hands of thousands of people. What do you think they're going to do with it? What do you think they're going to do with it? What they're going to do is make it inefficient, okay? Make it cost a lot to go to a secondary option. And number three, what are they going to do? If you're in Canada, they're not going to allow you to have a second option, okay? At least in the States, they give you a second option, okay? And then the fourth option is what? The last option is, like, just take a guess. What do you think they're going to do? Other than make it inefficient and take away your options to do to go somewhere else, okay? What are they going to do? They're going to stop innovation, right? Because they make it inefficient, right? They stop innovation. That's why the education system hasn't evolved in 120 years. Why? Because that's the first thing the government took over. It hasn't moved in 120 years. Literally, they used to go to classrooms, sit down and learn. Hasn't evolved a second. Why? Because government owns it. Why would they improve it? So the oligarchy is fixing the system in their favor, and the average person has to pay the price. Exactly. What they do is they well, this is not to say that the government doesn't give you healthcare. They do. They do give you a little bit of healthcare, but it's the crumbs of what you pay. You understand? Like, this is how they sit at the table. They feed themselves. Trudeau gives 300-400K salary. Okay, let's just say that. Never mind all the stuff that's under the table. But he gets a 300-400K salary, okay? And what does he do? He tosses you the crumbs. He gives you the crumbs. Doctors are not special human beings, okay? They provide a service just like plumbers, just like electricians, okay? It is not this hot, scarce commodity that people try to make medicine out to be. It never was in the past. Medicine was actually one of the cheapest things. Like, you had to pursue it as a passion. Like, if you truly read the history books, okay, before the government monopolized it, medicine, okay, was something, it's like arts today. You understand? Like, you kind of go pursue it because you know you're not going to get paid a lot, but it's something that you truly love. That's how medicine was back in the day. Before the government got its hands on it, now you can't call yourself a doctor unless they give you the piece of paper that says you're a doctor. But that's how medicine was back in the day. That's how education was back in the day, by the way, as well. It wasn't this like crazy. Oh man, I'm going way off tangent, man. Yeah, imagine our future generations might live in a world where you have to be vaccinated, can't do anything without a fax passport. History repeats itself, but they won't get me. Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. The whole I'm not gonna really get into the whole jab thing because for me, I have a completely different understanding of how people get sick. It's not the same thing at all as what the orthodox, that's a better word to say, it's the orthodox uh, study of medicine. For me, I have a completely different understanding. But um, that's why I don't really want to get into it. But again, I don't know for sure because I can't really see every single sick person, right? And for because of this, I can't really say that I know that this is the truth. I can only say that this is my bias. The problem is that they think they know, okay, but they don't understand that it's a bias, and that's the main problem. That's the main problem. Is we are too much in our ego to understand that we don't know anything. We can only take guesses. Okay, that's honestly what it is. And then they, I don't want to get. That's why I don't want to get into the jab or any the medicine or whatever you want to call it. Take it if you want. I give you 100% liberty. Just don't force it on other people. Don't force it on other people. I mean, and what I don't know. And the problem is that with this thing is that there's no going back. Even if you even kind of convince somebody in the deepest part of their heart that there might be something wrong, they already took it. So they cannot go back on that. And now they have kind of an investment in that decision. You understand? Like this is why I don't argue the job. I never argue it in the first place because there's invested interest. You gain something by going to sleep at night that you put something in your body that you think is right, and that's okay. That's cool. Good for you. You understand? But um, I don't try to argue from this because I'm not really. It's not. I I'm not here to convince somebody this way or that way. All I'm saying is you don't have the right to tell people what to do with their body. That's all I'm saying. Like, and it's a pretty clear and I mean, and you know how you okay. Let me give you know how it's the truth because they will never do it themselves. You try to tell somebody who believes in this, try to put it in me. Try to put it, and no homo. Try to put it in me. They will never do it because they're cowards. They want the state to do it. You understand? They will never do it themselves. Okay, and that's how you know that there's some uh, falsehood in what's actually happening. You understand? So yeah, I don't have like an opinion on whether you should or you shouldn't. I know that all I'm saying is don't force it on people. Like I don't think that's a big that's a big ask, to be honest with you. I don't think that's a big ask. Um, I don't even know who's still in here. Yeah. Anybody else have anything else to say? I ranted for way too long. Zero dislikes for almost 4 hours. Oh, really? Let me check real quick. Ooh, likes, dislikes. Oh, wow, 19 likes. Yeah, but I thought I would lose followers, to be honest. Like, usually when I say what I say, like, every time I go live on IG, I lose maybe like 100 followers. But I think I gained some, so that's kind of cool, I guess. Yeah. I mean, for me, I like Yu-Gi-Oh, but for me, my passion is philosophy. I like to understand everything. I like to understand what is going on around me, and I would love to be able to do something like this. Like I don't know how I could even monetize it, to be honest. I don't know how I can monetize it. I would have to have such a big following that people are so interested in what I have to say that what's it called? They're willing to donate $1 or two to. But then again, I don't know. Why is it now that there's more and more UFO sightings that alien topics is being more discussed? Is it bigger meaning to it? I don't know, man. I haven't dabbled into UFOs because I have not touched it. I'm not a person who kind of just shrugs any type of information. Like for example, like flat Earth. I heard, I heard them out. I heard like the model out. I tried to understand it and how it works. But to me, um, th- like the okay for me, okay for a thesis to make sense, okay, let's just say somebody has a theory, okay, or hypothesis, okay, let's just say they have a hypothesis, let's just say that they have the model, right, like, and for me, when when you have a model or a hypothesis, you kind of have to add information to it, and either this information proves it more true or it proves it incorrect. And at that point, to me, you have to toss the model and you have to start with a new model. You cannot be trying to force the model data onto this model. You understand? And uh, otherwise, it starts becoming a religion. And this is the problem that I have with the medical field. This is the problem that I have with flat earthers, with whatever. It's because I'm not against the idea that the earth is flat. I'm not against it. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense when you plug in things like lunar eclipse. Like, how the hell does lunar eclipse happen according to your model? You understand? So, uh, you know, I have to. I'm not against understanding how UFOs are being cited or whatever. It's just I have not dabbled in it whatsoever, so I really don't know anything. I really cannot say anything about it because I have not even touched the subject. So I want to kind of make that clear. I'm not like disregarding them, but I just don't know. I really don't know. So uh, yeah, I don't know if it's for or against or whatever. So yeah, like this is how I approach things. It's a scientific, it's a true scientific method. This is the truth. It's not how the science of today is, where it's basically you have a model. Okay, this person uh, gets this germ, means he's sick, or he's sick. Okay, or he has this virus. Okay, okay. Well, what about the people who have the germ that are not showing any symptoms? Oh, now I can't just say that they're not sick. They are sick, but they just don't show any symptoms. Wait a second. So what about people who don't have the doesn't have the virus, but they still have they don't have, they still have the symptoms? Oh, then those people have a different. You see how it's like that whole model, that whole theory that germ equals sickness has to be tossed, and you have to start from the ground up. What is making these people sick? You understand? And that's how I work scientifically. This is how the science actually used to work. Like, this is how literally people used to prove things true or false. It's not I have a doctrine that I want to prove right, and I just stuff whatever data I can to prove this. You understand? And this is the biggest problem of science today. It's become like a religion. Honestly, it's really a religion. I mean, if there's anything that's a religion, it's scientism. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, back in the day, they'd be like, they would say things like, "Do you not believe in God? Do you not believe in God?" And now it's like, wait, you don't believe in science? What the hell is science? Science is a method. Is a method of truth discovery. That's all it is. So yeah. Anyway, that was a complete tangent, but no, I don't know anything about UFOs, man. I have not researched the topic. Um, I honestly, I don't. I'm not as interested in it as like the stuff that's happening right now, because to me, I kind of want to fix what's happening around me instead of just worrying about the stuff that's not near me. I'm just checking some messages that I received. Yeah, 17 viewers. Wow. Let's see. Did I get any dislikes? That was my wife, my beautiful wife. Shout out to you. Thank you for being the most amazing support system in the world. um, so yeah, uh, do you think the ISS International Space Station is faked with blue screen? There is some evidence that which suggests that they are in a studio. Um, uh, I, I do think that there is some fishiness with NASA, the ISS. I do think that there is some really big fishiness there. Okay. Do I think that it's because of flat Earth? No. No, I don't think so. I think flat Earth proves itself wrong using actual observable science. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, for flat Earth, for example, uh, I don't know if you guys even know how it works, but basically the model is, let's just say this is the Earth. It's a disk, okay? Um, and the basically the Earth and the Moon, they rotate like this, okay? They rotate like this, okay, around the disk, and basically imagine it's like a lamp shining down on the Earth, and then as the sun rotates, the lamp moves its light, right? So that's how you get night and day, which makes sense, okay? However, if I'm standing and I observe the sun coming at me from here, from like, okay, so if I'm here and the sun is coming at me like this, right? Because it's coming towards me, you're gonna have some optical changes. And what is that? So it's the size perception, right? So if I'm moving closer to the camera, I get bigger, right? However, if you take a metric system and you put it on the sun, right, and you take some glasses that allow you to see the sun, you would see that the sun, even though it's moving from allegedly here to here, the sun's not getting any bigger. Okay, so that disproves that it's moving on a plane like this. You understand? It's moving on it's moving directly towards me. It has to be rotating somewhere like three-dimensionally to adjust for the because it's the same size. Otherwise, what would happen is every single time as daylight got clearer and clearer, the sun would be getting bigger and bigger until it's in the middle of the sky. But it's not. It's always the same size. There's a little bit more brightness, but if you actually measure it and you take away the flare, it's always the exact same size, which means that it is not moving on the path that's telling them. Never mind all the things like lunar eclipse. Like flat earthers have no way of explaining the lunar eclipse. And this is not to say that there's like the globe model is 100% correct. Like the globe model has some really fishy things too. Like how the hell can the sun and the moon line up on an eclipse so perfect? Like literally, what are the chances of that happening? that on a solar eclipse, the sun and the moon line up like literally a quarter to a quarter perfectly. I it's so unreasonably happenstanceical that it's like how is that possible? So I have my questions about globe Earth too. It's not like I'm saying that globe Earth is a truth. I don't know what the truth is. Like I until I'm able to go up into whatever is up there and look down and see a disc or a ball. I don't know what the truth is, but what I do know is I can look into um, the models and kind of uh, see that I can look into the models and see there's discrepancies here and then there's discrepancies here. Like the chances of the sun and the moon lining up so perfectly, like literally two PSA cards coming in together exactly is absurd. It's like they calculate. I think it's like one in the trillions. What are the chances of that? Right? So this kind of things that kind of like make you go like like is that really the truth, or is there something like bigger going on? So that's kind of how I assess things. I'm not like for or against anything. I come in with a clean slate. I'm one of those people who come in with a clean slate. I have no further bias or previous bias because I know that as Yoda says, I have to unlearn what I have learned. You understand? Like I have to literally forget what they taught me because I know it's a bunch of bullshit. So I have to actually relearn it from the ground up. You understand? So and I try to do that as much as I can for as many topics as I can. And I because the thing is like when you dabble in the truth community, you get these flat earthers. You get them, and I'm not trying to say in a condescending way. I just don't think that they were if they were able to resolve the lunar eclipse and the size aspect, I'll give them more grain. I'll give them more attention, but um, I just don't. They just haven't been able to explain it. So because of this, I can't dismiss it as the absolute. I can't say it's the absolute truth. It's a possibility. I don't know. But either way, I don't really care because I know that I'm imprisoned here. I am a prisoner on this planet. Okay, whether it's a disc or a ball, I don't care. I'm just trying to be free. So uh, that's my main goal in life. I'm not trying to figure out whether it's flat or a ball or whatever. I'm not interested in that. So both religion in the past and today's science are denying the truth. Yeah, the you guys should really watch my you guys should really watch my breakdown on the Wizard of Oz. I explain a lot of this. The moon is kind of too perfect to be natural. One time they blew up a bomb on the moon and measured the vibrations and it rang like a bell, which suggests the moon being hollow. Very interesting. Yeah, I have no idea, man. As far as I'm concerned, unless I'm going into space, I don't know what's up there. What by the way, that's what it means to be a free thinker. It means you go in with no bias. You understand? You go in with no, prejudice or any type of uh I don't know what the word is called, but like preconceived notions about a certain topic. What is your opinion on transhumanism in regard to post atomization of the human being? Sorry for asking so many questions. It's not a problem. I don't mind answering. Um, so transhumanism is a way to, it's like in the Matrix, turn the human being into a battery. Basically, you project a file onto the brain, right, to make it feel like it's working, right? Because, like again, it's just like it's literally so much like the Matrix. Like, why do you know that you feel things? Why do I pick this up? How do I know? It's because it sends electricity. My brain understands that it's sending electricity to pick it up, right? If I don't if I don't like if you can trick the brain into thinking it's sending these messages but I'm not actually moving, then I don't really need to move and my brain will still think that I'm picking it up, right? Even if I'm not actually moving. So the transhumanistic aspect is literally just turning the human body into a battery where you can plug in information into it so that it sends out electrical signals. You consume it, but the brain thinks that it's actually, moving the body or doing whatever it is, right? So you take the electricity and you use it. You understand? So uh, I do think that's a big thing with like the depopulation agenda because I mean, the depopulation thing is absolutely real, and it's not like they literally kill you with like a lot of these people that say like the vaccine is gonna kill you. I'm not, maybe there might be some merit to that. I haven't really investigated, but I do not think that these people operate on a way of killing people this way. They operate them three dimensionally. Like I told you, our grandparents had 12 children on average. Okay, maybe even our great grandparents had more. Our parents, they have 4 to 6 on average. Us, we have one. Imagine that kind of depopulation. Like literally, you are culling in 2 generations, literally two. Imagine how much you culled in terms of the population. Literally, 2 generations, you drop them from 12 kids to 1 to 2 kids at best. Imagine that. Like, imagine that amount of mind control that you have on people. It's unbelievable. Like Holy, in 2 generations. Like, it's not even like you think it's like 100, 200, 300 years. In 2 generations, we literally cut the population and literally into by 12. Absolutely disgusting. Like, it's unbelievable. That's the type of depopulation I'm talking about. Depopulation is on the Georgia Guidestones. Yes, it is. For all of you guys who don't know what the Georgia Guidestones are, go look up on Google. Okay, don't take my word for it. Go look on Google something called the Georgia Guidestones. They are, I think, 5 stones erected with a language on every side. Okay, Chinese, Arabic, Hebrew, English, French, and all these other languages. Okay, they're erected like this. Okay, and at the very top, it says maintain population under 500 million. Okay, it literally says, don't take my word for it, go look it up. Okay, that's a government protected idol, or whatever you want, stone pillar, or whatever you want to call it. It's government protected. You're not allowed to vandalize that. Go look it up and you will see it literally says it right at the top. All of the other ones are very nice, like try to cure cancer, all these other things. But I mean, that red flag should freaking pop up in your head. You'd be like, what the hell? Why they say what the hell is this? Like, why is it saying keep the population under 500 million? What the hell is that about? Also, the back to the depopulation thing. The reason they have to depopulate now is because they are advanced enough to let AI take over, right? Like, they don't need most of the regular human beings. They don't need most of the profane, the non-creatives, if that makes sense. They only need the creative aspect of the human being. They don't need the laborious aspect, right? So all these people that work regular jobs, I mean, they're expendable to them. They're expendable. Like 100 years, they're gone. They don't need them. Um, so you grade the card, you get the 10, you're ready. So what's the actual liquidity in the top dogs from 2 to 5 set grade PSA 10? I don't know. It's the best liquidity out of any other card in Yu-Gi-Oh. That's all I can say with that. Yeah. So I think that's it, man. That's 4 hours. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Um, Hopefully you enjoyed that, guys. I appreciate you guys getting me to 3K. I appreciate you guys like staying this long. I mean, shout out to you, random Yu-Gi-Oh dude. He said he had to go. Appreciate you always supporting. Thank you very much. Um, and yeah, hopefully I will. If you guys really enjoy this one, like if I see a lot of good feedback in the comments, most of the stuff that most of these lives they go like kind of with really low viewage, so it doesn't really. It's a lot of my time to invest. um, Hopefully you enjoyed that. Hopefully you learned something. Empower yourself. You know what I mean? Like, you are the most powerful person in your life, and and the only person who can change your life is you. You understand? Don't allow anybody else to even have the thought of being able to change your life. All right. Thanks for watching.